are first. You are first. Hello. Good eye.
Got something on our latest ship.
No, I just wanted to go live. So, oh wait, this might be loud. Pretty much entire yesterday was just spam listening to Rachel Platten.
What can I do?
Nothing else. Yeah, no, they're killing it. Yeah, I can show the death. I can show the death. I fucking find it. I played so much upstream. I found it. Alright. So here's the death. I'm very surprised I died. I removed my shield. And honestly, I just woken up. I was sick. I'm so tired. I obviously had plenty of time to log out. The only thing I really lost was obviously like the perfect chest, which wasn't extinct yet. But they're pretty easy to replicate. It didn't have suffixes or anything like that. So that's the rip clip. Just bad skill. 07. This is Harbinger doing a lot of damage. I have, however, set up my betrayal in my offline time.
Jaffolate just resubscribed for 34 months. 34
Yeah.
months. The amount of deaths it seems you're gonna have this league.
Wait, what do you mean? I've only died twice. Most streamers have died 4 or 5 times. You make it sound like I've died a lot. And until 2 days ago, I had 0 deaths. But what you said makes it sound like I've died many times. It's not true. For you too, it's a lot. I like you so much more now. That made me happy. Thank you. I like you. Good recovery.
Lol father just resubscribed for 55 months. 55s is
Good recovery. Well, father, thank you for the 55 months. Jafal, thank you for the 34. I remember that. That was sweet. Hey, dude, how's it going? I mean, honestly, it's a bit shit. Cause like, okay, so when I'm sick, I turn into more of a bitch than normal. And I really want my wife to take care of me. But she's not here, so I'm all alone with the cats. And there's no one to take care of me. So I'm just a bitch on my own, you know? Hey, Balden. Huh. I did get quite a lot of stuff off stream. I got the helmet, like the crit helmet. So I can turn this into a crit build, making it get like quite a lot of damage. I binge watched all of The Good Place yesterday. Do you know, TV shows are so short. Like every TV show, outside of like Days of Our Lives, every TV show is so short. Like even Game of Thrones is only 55 hours. Isn't that crazy? Oh shit, we got a cane. Callie, thank you. Yeah, so the crit helmet is this one. Skills have up to 3% crit chance for each Warcry exhorting them. So 15 base crit. Okay, 3 mod. So that's a prefix. Oh, it only has one prefix, so it's a dead cane. Doesn't really work. Damn. Hi, Luna. You can come in. I mean, this one's literally like garbage. Why did you decide Bomba Champ? Tanky. 20k?
Will make great dust.
I think it'd be a fun Doriani build as well. Be like 100 million damage. I literally just chain listened to Rachel Platten yesterday. Literally just like 4 songs of hers for 18 hours of gaming.
Kill that stranger.
It's great. Oh, nice. Would Spark work like Rolling Magma with the sub passive? No. The good thing about Rolling Magma and why that works so well is because there's overlap. Spark doesn't have overlap in the same way. Spark is good though. Come on, Ingenuity. So weird. Ingenuity never drops. Is it bugged? I'm funny. I have fun. Hi, Minnie. How you doing? It's you. Feeling better today? Yeah, I'm better. Ingenuity isn't one? No, that's the joke. Waiting for Steel to wake up. Wow, is he sleeping better and fucked or what? No, the drops might be gone now. My title might be a lie. Drops are gone, right? I should change my title. I think I'm lying to you. Oh, nice. Mizu. Yeah, good job, White Blood Cells. Dude, I love Rachel Platten. So good music. Played till 4 AM, not sure when he went to sleep. Oh, wow. Can't you just log out during the wisp phase? Yeah. You can. How are you feeling? I'm better. I don't know. Has everybody been sick lately? I don't know. I mean, COVID's going around pretty bad. I don't know if I have COVID, but hope not. I don't think so, though. I think it's just a flu. Not that much better. I mean, this is like rolling a D100. Both the flu and COVID can give you like lifelong complications. Just gotta get lucky. You look sick? I feel sick. I'm so sweaty. Oh my god, fuck. Not in a good way. A lot of these buses too. Yeah, you can log out. I just like doing it. Are you taking anything? Just crack cocaine. No, I mean, I guess I should take paracetamol. Hi Don, how you doing? Yeah, I just prefer doing the mechanic. Are you playing this season, Don? Very good. Yeah, no, I'm not taking anything else. And I don't want any recommendations from you, Minnie. No, no garlic, honey. Didn't enjoy getting one tap by Mercs? That's fair. That's fair. To be fair, on softcore I feel like it's easy enough to one tap them back. Scare on hardcore. Garlic honey is great. Yeah, hard pass. I'm thinking we watched the Chris Wilson video today. He messaged me 2 days ago saying he was going to post it and asked if I'd watch it, and I was like, absolutely, Chris. Doing good. Just saw a tweet you responded to about a certain view botter, and yeah, that person is still not bad. You have no idea how tempted I am to openly view bot and see what happens. For those that don't know what's happening, I don't know, it's some fucking like rapper dude has started streaming on Twitch, and he started his stream by viewbotting to 1,000, then increased it to 1.5. Now he's increased it to 7k, and then Ziggy, thank you. And then when he got asked about it, he said, "Yeah, of course I'm viewbotting. If you're not, you're stupid." And he's still not banned. So it's like, it's very, very tempting. I wonder if like 5 of us got together, like 5 larger creators, and openly admitted saying like, yeah, we're gonna view bot in protest, like what they would do. It's legal and you should get the bag. Okay, first off, you're retarded. Legal has nothing to do with it. It's against the terms of service of the website. Like, it is literally against the terms of service. Okay, you are so fucking retarded. I need to find my YouTube chat so I can ban you, because you're so fucking dumb. This is why I hate streaming to YouTube. I only get, like, the really retarded comments on YouTube. There you go. There. Ban. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. I hate people. I hate this whole, like... The thing that's really bad is that this causes me to make less money. And that's what, like, retards like that don't understand. This actively makes me make less money. Only on YouTube? Dude, YouTube comments are so fucking dumb. I am 5 seconds
Lex
away from
Scorpio just
permanently quitting YouTube
resubscribed
streaming.
for 24
Every
months.
fucking
Top
streamer I
2
know
years.
fucking hates streaming on YouTube. It's so fucking bad. It's fine for like the people that are like regular Twitch viewers and can't watch it at work, but like YouTube people are so fucking dumb. Make the ad CPM worthless. That too, but it also makes sponsors pay less. On behalf of YouTube chatters, I apologize. Yeah. I don't know why it's so dumb. It makes me so mad. Not only does our streamer pay attention to YouTube, we even get bans. Dude, every streamer I know doesn't read their YouTube chat. And when I started streaming on YouTube, I got offended because people would ask, like, does he read his YouTube chat? And I was like, yeah, of course I read my YouTube chat. Why would I? Well, no, but now I get it. I get why they don't. But I hate ignoring people. And there are genuinely nice, great people on YouTube, but it's just fucking such a concentration of idiots. It's over. But the thing is, like, there's literally 8 times more people watching on Twitch. And the comments are so much better. It's crazy. It's almost the equivalent of Facebook chat. Okay, that was too harsh. Too harsh. What I enter into, I was just ranting. I hate the world. I hate the world. I'm so jaded. Like, there are a large amount of people on this planet that if they alt F4, I would not care. Just so many bad people. Yeah, true, Corvus. One step away from Reddit chat. Yeah. Should I be retarded here to balance it out? My job is so hard. I put videos for a living. I mean, I think I'm pretty open about having one of the easiest lives on the planet, but still. Didn't mean to make you tilt. No, you're good. That's his man. I just like, why are people so shitty? Fuck me, dude. Also, like, why is he not banned? Fucking wild. Complete newbie reason Path of Exile 2 out. Why is everybody playing the first one? So, ARPGs are very cyclical. I'll show you a good example. So, here's the season peaks for Path of Exile 1. So, you see that it, like, peaks. 3 months later, peaks. And all ARPGs are like that. So, the way it works is basically people play them around the launch and then stop playing. And it's the same for, like, if we go look at Last Epoch right now as well. Like, obviously, they are a smaller game. We can see similar here, right? You get a peak every time they do an update. So this was their launch. This was a smaller update. This was the last big update. And then Path of Exile 2 has only had...
resubscribed for 27 months.
Path of Exile 2 has only had, like, 1 update. It's also not been out as long, so it has, like, a weirder curve. But like launch, first update. This is very fair. When he bans somebody, it's always deserved, as long as I'm not playing Dota. I spent a lot of time off stream and finally set up my betrayal. It is incredibly worth it. I did go 2 years without banning someone. Cappuccino, thank you for the 27 months. Coming on the Wilson video, Circle Company Gold. I haven't seen the video yet. I'm gonna watch that today now. That looks like my first knitting try. It's very strong. They'll never not look crazy to me, yeah. Yeah, I've changed a lot when it comes to bands, but Bertini's still here, so that means it can't be too bad. This is such a... Well, I didn't do it from the start. Are you super tired or sick as fuck? Sick as fuck. Yeah, I have a betrayal video coming out today. Okay, I got banned for stupidity and all I had to do was apologize. Yeah, I've stopped reviewing on bans. Well, you'll enjoy the React, Bertini. Rotas, your opinion? No. I'm just... I don't know if it's the best day to ask me for advice. I'm pretty fucked in the head. Setting up the board if you didn't info star states though, it just takes like 2 hours to reset. It's pretty easy to reset. Why do you want this full of hate betrayal? So the TLDR of what this setup is I'm farming Carishes, Guff, Giannis, and Wrecker. This is not changeable now. The most I could do, I could move Guff and Giannis. I could do that. Nothing else. Those 4 are not connected to each other, right? So you'll notice there's no lines between Carishes, Giannis, Wrecker, and Guff. None of those have any interaction at all. But they are all connected to every other member. So it's actually, that's pretty simple to understand, right? The 4 you are farming are connected to every other member. And then what that does is now, whenever I'm doing transport and research, they'll all appear loads. No matter which one I'm doing, they'll all appear loads. So it's really good. Okay, I'm gonna go toilet and then we're gonna react. We're gonna have a chill stream. I don't know how long I'll stream, probably like 8 hours or less. Alright, I'm back. Probably called something from his child's daycare? No, it's not from my kids. I went to a wedding. Big mistake. I shouldn't have socialized.
no.
Alright, we are gonna react. We are gonna react so hard. A decent build for farming. Wait, was somebody gonna link me something? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna go react. Decent build for blight farming. Fuck. I really don't know what's good for blight farming because people are doing some pretty extreme strategies. Like normally, I do SSF blight, right? Which is like you the way it works is fuck. Also, I want to play another batch of ads before watching this, but I can't for another few minutes. The way it works is okay, that the guy did deserve it pertaining, but fair. Yeah, I usually do like detonate dead and corpse explosion stuff, which you don't want for that strategy. Alright. Alright, let's record. Oh my god, I hate being sick. Are you using chisel, Sufis? Alright, let's do an intro. One sec. I hate being sick. Alright. Hi, this is here with another video. Gonna react. I'm a little bit sick at the moment. We are going to watch a video. Chris messaged me like 2 days ago saying he's gonna post this video, and he was like, if I want to watch it, that'd be cool. It's a video he made with David Brevik, the creator of Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 is having its 25-year anniversary. So let's check it out. I'll also probably be pausing and commenting on things during. Obviously, if you want to watch like just the full original video, we'll link to that in the description.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. It probably
just sounds... It's missing the from grinding your games.
comes as no surprise that my favorite game of all time is Diablo 2. It's not only the game that I've played the most of, but it directly inspired me, Jonathan, and Eric to create Path of Exile, so it changed my life in multiple ways. Well, Diablo 2 is celebrating its 25th birthday today, or at least I'm celebrating it, and to do that, I invited David Brevik to join me for a chat about Diablo 2's development and its impact on gaming over the last quarter of a century. Thanks for joining me, David. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for inviting me. This will be fun.
Oh, you're welcome. I should note that David is the coolest guy. I asked him to do this interview for my channel with literally 0 subscribers at the time of recording, and he said he was in. So I'm going to try to ask questions.
Okay, but you're also literally Chris fucking Wilson. So like, like, you are literally one of the gaming legends of all time. XDD.
That he hasn't answered before to keep it interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
25 years ago, I camped outside a game store. I think I was 17 at the time. I camped overnight to buy a copy of Diablo 2, the first thing that they opened in the morning the next day, and got my Diablo 2. I should note this is not the copy I purchased, of course. This is just a very signed copy I've picked up. Great box, by the way. Like, it's something I wish more games would do these days, is actual physical, you know, hold in the hand kind of copies.
Yeah.
So my experience with release week was basically, you know, a 17-year-old at university. I had exams coming up, and let's just say I should have studied that week. Instead, I played Diablo 2 nonstop for most of 7 days. So what was its release like for you 25 years ago?
It was kind of a crazy time because we had been kind of crunching so hard on the end of Diablo 2, like wrapping it up and working so hard and working so many hours. It was really brutal. So when the day finally came, it was kind of a large relief, but yet we were also super nervous because we didn't know how it would be received, and we didn't know, you know, when you're making something creative and you release it, it's who knows how it's going to go or how people will react or whatever. You're excited about it, but you're also extremely nervous. And
Remember my literal first thought when playing Diablo 2, the first character I made was an Amazon because I really liked the rogue in Diablo 1. Like, rogue was my favorite. And the coolest thing to me that stood out to me early on was the arrows sticking in monsters, and you could see them. And I remember calling my parents into my room, and I was like, "Oh my god, look! You can see the arrows in the monsters." I thought it was so cool, and like the arrows in the walls and stuff.
And so, because you put so much effort into this, and not just you, but the entire team, and so it's just it's a mix of emotions. You're relieved, it's finally done. You're excited, you're nervous, you're everything, and so that kind of day one is a crazy experience. I think that maybe on day one, I think this is correct. It might have been day two, but it was very, very soon after the release. We had a signing at a local store, like a local games shop, and at the mall. And so we went and had a little table set up there, and a few of us went over there, and we were signing boxes of Diablo 2 for people that bought it. I think that was actually on the release day, and we did that for an hour or two. But that was really kind of the only event kind of thing that we had done, and then the rest of it was back at the office trying to find any bugs or like what do we get a patch, or what kind of exploits are there, those kind of things, making sure everything's running okay, that kind of stuff. So
especially after, like, obviously Diablo 1 had that like gold dupe where you could just turn gold into anything, or potions. You could turn potions into anything.
It was nerve-wracking, but also it's super exciting and a really fun time.
That's right, because the game had a live service element to it. People could play on Battle.net. You would have had, and this would have been novel at the time. Normally, you finish a game, it goes gold, you can't change anything apart from a slow patch. But here, there's an expectation that if there's something very broken, you fix that within days. Was there a lot of pressure to have to fix stuff in the first weeks?
Oh yeah, there were bugs right away, like gold duping bugs and like all sorts of stuff that people. It's remarkable what people can find so quickly. But there were all sorts of things like that, and it was different because this was our first client server game on.
That's something that always like surprises me a lot with gamers, or not surprises me, but I think it's kind of cool. Like, people will find like the weirdest thing, like I remember. I used to do a lot of beta testing for games, but like, obviously exaggerating a little bit, but it's almost like jump 3 times, hold control and L at the same time, and do this like right after the game is booted in the first 3 seconds. And it's like, how do people come up with this stuff? Like, same with it's crazy.
On Battle.net. So because of that, there was a lot of infrastructure changes that took place, and we had lots of computers set up to run the servers and all that kind of stuff, and we had to monitor that whole system and ensure that all that was going okay, and that there weren't any memory issues or performance issues and things like that. So there was a lot going on to ensure that the things were running well.
Right. Blizzard South was involved in some of the Battle.net stuff as well. Was the fact that they were a distant office to you guys difficult in terms of communication about fixing those kind of problems?
No, not really. They were on it just as much as we were. We were responsible for quite a bit of it, so they were responsible for some of it, but quite a bit of they were kind of more of the client, like the kind of hosting sections of the Battle.net stuff, and then we were responsible for the actual game server code and logic and things like that. We also worked a large part in converting, integrating with Battle.net itself to have a client server infrastructure or architecture as a possibility, and doing the kind of like advanced chat room where you see your character and things like that. Those kind of things were new concepts to Battle.net that we had to integrate into the thing. So
nice to see Chris and David again.
They helped out a lot, but we also made a lot of modifications that were specifically for Diablo 2.
Right. One of the things we found with Path of Exile was there was a lot of value in getting the ability to patch problems quickly, like to have the infrastructure time between committing to the source repository and having it live be as short as possible.
See, like that's one of the reasons I'm always so personally apprehensive about console being the same client as PC because it delays patches, right? We've seen all the issues with Sony particularly lately. Like Xbox doesn't seem anywhere near as bad, but like Sony seems so like restrictive in allowing games to do patches. So that's why I'm very against crossplay because of that reason. Because with PC you could just Steam is just like, yeah, you have a patch, sure, upload it. And Sony is like, oh, you have a patch? Let us vet it for like 15 days first.
Was that something that you guys had to work on to get good? Because I can imagine it only comes with actually building a process to do that efficiently.
Yeah, we were not super prepared for that. I mean, we planned it out or whatever, but the actual, first attempts at that were a little clunky. But we were able to get the patches rolling pretty quickly. We were able to find some of the exploits that people were creating and kind of patch those and fix those within a day or so. We would create the patch and do some testing and things like that. So the process was pretty rapid, and we were able to make patches early, little fixes behind the scenes or whatever, maybe even just server side stuff that were fixes that we could deploy pretty rapidly. So that was helpful, but the first few attempts at it were, not as smooth as it eventually got. It got much smoother as we went.
What is this video? So this is a video from Chris Wilson, the YouTuber, who's interviewing David Brevik.
You're breaking new ground at the time. I mean, there weren't really any other companies.
I just got here, so we get Chris celebrating 25 years of Diablo, but not a goodbye to the PoE community. Well, the thing is, like, he didn't have like a social media account or anything. He's always stayed away from that, and JDD never like post employees leaving. Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple of other online games, of course, but this is very new.
Very new technology.
Yeah, it would have been a lot of fun. I remember playing that. When people discovered bugs, the fixes did come very quickly. Like it felt responsive, and that was important. As a player, I didn't feel like let down by that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. That's great because it always takes too long, in my opinion. Like, oftentimes it's funny because we can discover a bug, whatever it is, we can fix it and discover it and say, oh, I know how to fix that, and like fix it in just a couple minutes, and then it's like now we've got to wait a day for it to, it feels like it's forever, even though and then we're like, oh well, we should bundle up a couple of these little fixes together and things like that. So eventually we got into the point where it was still very responsive, but it feels like, hey, well, I could fix this in 5 minutes, kind of thing. So.
Nice, I understand. Yeah, I felt with Path of Exile that important due bugs only happened while I was sleeping, right? Like, there was never a time where I'm sitting at my desk in the workday and then someone knocks on the door and says, we've got to solve a problem. It was always a 3 o'clock phone call. Someone apologetically calling me with, hey, Reddit's on fire, wake up. And then I have to start calling other people.
Well, it was a different era back then. Like, there were very few people, small message boards and things like that. It wasn't like the social media era of like anybody can complain on whatever on Twitter or Reddit or whatever. And then there are like lots of people looking at it. Luckily it was kind of under the radar except for the hardcore fans or whatever that it was. There wasn't as much noise, so it was an easier time to respond.
Yeah, I imagine streaming contributes too. Like if in a current game, if someone finds a problem, the world knows about it in 5 seconds, whereas back then,
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And it's not just it's any kind of streaming or YouTube videos or all sorts of stuff. There's just so much information out there about a particular game and problems with it or whatever. Everybody's looking for clicks and views and things. So it's if they can make something that shows off a bug or an issue or something, then, they're going to get some views on it. So it's just kind of a different world we live in now.
Yes, this is true. So Diablo and Diablo 2 had a massive impact on RPGs that came after them. Diablo 2 was the first RPG to use skill trees, for example, and its color-coded item rarities and random item generation with mods and so on became pretty much the de facto standard for most modern ARPGs, or most modern RPGs in general. Like, you install a game that honestly doesn't even feel like it's an RPG, and it's got color-coded items and random mods in the same way. Out of all the things that Diablo 2 influenced, which one of them surprised you the most?
So, I think that kind of I would say skill trees is probably the thing that right now stands out to me as
Yeah.
the biggest influence.
Agree.
Not
Is it
just
in almost
in
every game?
other ARPGs, but also in just gaming in general. Their skill trees or some sort of progression trees or things like that everywhere now. Like they're in so many different games. You get them in
Everything.
roguelike card games, or you get them in, whatever. You get them in shooters. You get them in all sorts of stuff. You get them all over the place now. And so that was just a massive. That surprised me the most that it broke out in the way that it did. I think that really is probably the biggest influence on the video game market that came out of Diablo 2, more so than even colored items. Even colored items, though, are used everywhere and used often. But I think that was quickly adopted in other RPGs.
Do feat requirements in D&D predate Diablo 2? I'd like to say yes. I mean, I did play both games around the same time. I'm pretty sure feats came before. When did feats come to D&D? 1985, so 14 years prior.
Like World of Warcraft and things like that made it so that became a little bit more standard, not just ARPG-ish.
How do you feel about the fact that most games these days have RPG elements when maybe some of them needn't have those?
Well, I mean, they have RPG elements like this because people love it.
Yep.
It keeps people playing. It allows people to
Nothing
visualize
feels better
progress.
than progression. Yep.
And so I agree that not all games need it, and sometimes it feels a little tacked on instead of, the point of what they're making. But at the same time, I can understand why people put it in there, because it can add a lot of depth to your game. RPG elements can be combined with almost any kind of product, and that's really why we see it so often. And it's the gamification of everything. I mean, they make little RPGs out of household appliances at this point, so it's everywhere now.
Fair enough. I remember reading Eric Schaefer was saying in a postmortem somewhere that a thing you guys were going for in Diablo 2 was the feeling of just one more X, right? You're close to a level up. There's a waypoint coming soon. Soon you'll be able to go to town and identify your items. There's an act boss coming up. What's Andariel going to drop? And, there's a quest reward. What am I going to get? And it keeps you playing because there's a new thing just 2 minutes away constantly.
Right.
Hence, it can become addictive because you're always getting these dopamine hits. And I suspect the RPG elements that we were just discussing produce similar kinds of feelings with players. It makes an already compelling game even more addictive because of that layer on top.
Right, absolutely. It always feels like that next little piece of progress is right around the corner, and it could be anything. And so and when you're layering those kind of things, when there's lots of different layers and lots of different ways that you can advance your character or advance your progress in the game or things like that, you have more levers to pull of, hey, there's something new right around the corner. It's A or B or C or D, those kind of things. Then you're always getting these kind of small upgrades that make you feel like I'm really making some progress, and I'm just so close to that next upgrade that I'm looking forward to, or whatever it is.
Nice. So Diablo 2 was the first game that I'm aware of to offer free online play with a server authoritative online service. And that free original service, like classic Battle.net with D2, is still running today, 25 years later. Like when D2 Resurrected was released, they didn't turn that off. Elements of this play, such as hardcore mode, ladder seasons, have eventually become standard in online RPGs. Like World of Warcraft these days has seasons and hardcore mode, Path of Exile and so on. Was the plan to just make a great single-player game and the online play was a bonus, or was online play a critical must-have thing that you actually designed around?
Well,
Good question.
a little of both. When we first started out with Diablo 1, we were focused on just making a great single-player experience. Even though when we had pitched the game to Blizzard South, that they had said, "Oh, this is going to be multiplayer," and yeah, sure, it's going to be multiplayer. And then
So, Diablo 1 was originally supposed to be turn-based. It was very, if I remember right, I interviewed David about this. It was very last minute that it became not turn-based, I believe.
as we kind of went on in development, we were only just making basically a single player game, and so we weren't making kind of design decisions or anything based on having multiplayer. And then as we got closer and closer to the end of Diablo, they said, "So how's multiplayer coming along?" I'm like, we don't know how to make a multiplayer game. And so they actually ended up sending a couple people from down south up to help us, convert Diablo into this single player, from the single player game into a multiplayer experience. And taught us how to make a multiplayer game and use networking sockets and things like that we just had no experience with in the past. And so with that, then some of the stuff changed. Like the invention of Battle.net happened right around there, maybe 6 months or 8 months before we finished Diablo 1, when the idea came to light that we were going to do this Battle.net thing. And so, and then, we didn't have time to make it a client server game. We only had time to make it peer-to-peer. And so then it was, converting all the code. And then once we got the actual multiplayer working, then we started making some multiplayer decisions and realizing that the design definitely got influenced by the multiplayer quite extensively as we went along, and the way that that you played the game and how fun it was to have other people in the game, and then who gets to pick up the loot first, kind of arguments around the office, those kind of things definitely had a big influence on the product in the end. And it started out as yes, we're going to have multiplayer. Then we were making a single player experience. And then at the end, we added multiplayer, and it had a little bit of an influence. And it was definitely a big influence on Diablo 2.
That's cool. Yeah, I remember when you refer to who's getting the loot first. When we released Path of Exile, we had exactly the same looting model as Diablo 2, as in the items drop on the ground and whoever clicks it first gets it. And
right,
like my first day of playing Diablo 2 on Battle.net, I was killing Duriel with a necromancer, like some random necromancer online, and a worm skull drops the unique helmet. So I grab it as fast as I can. And I kind of feel, I'm in Amazon, I'm quite far away. If I can get that first, it's mine. And he said, "What was that?" And I said, traded it for a Fletcher's Amulet of the Bat like an hour later. Like, it just such a canonically good experience. And so
I love that Chris is like a loot ninja. That's great. I feel very relatable. Steel always complains about this when we're playing together, because I'm usually the fastest person in the group. The only people that I regularly play with that like compete with me for loot is Nice Shot, who's by the way like 6 times faster than me. And then Embu. But it's like whenever I play with Steel's always complaining about me because he can't get any loot when I'm there. So that's nice to hear.
We wanted to launch
shot's
Path of
insane.
Exile with free-for-all looting like that, and we did, boldly. And I think that was the largest backlash that I can remember of the early days, that the generation of players, even in 2013 playing Path of Exile, didn't like having to compete for click speed with ice. So that was an interesting lesson, because the Diablo 2 players were not asking for this to change. They were very happy with the way the game worked, and we were trying to present something to the same audience, and our portion of the audience really wanted it to behave differently. So we added options so that they could play the way they wanted to and never looked back. But it was surprising at the time. I didn't think there would be that reaction.
Yeah, that's super interesting, because yeah, you would think that it would be the same.
Yeah. So Diablo 2 inspired a generation of developers to get into game development. And that's just not a statement that I'm making. I mean, I was one of those people personally. I was 17 years old, as I mentioned before, studying computer science when the game came out, and it took over my university years. And I was the perfect age for me to decide, this is what I want to do in the future. I want to make an RPG. I want to make something like this. And so firstly, thank you for changing my life. And secondly, I wanted to ask what your inspirations were. What games did you play as a teenager that made you want to get into game
Such a
development?
nice
Even if they
interview.
didn't directly influence Diablo, what was it that made you passionate about making games?
Well, I think the earliest kind of RPGs that I was playing, Wizardry and Ultima, those were games that that really inspired me to want to become a game developer. I really loved them, and I can remember a long time ago. This is, I don't know, geez, it's 50 years ago now, or whatever, 40 something years ago. We were at a grocery store checking out, and there was these kind of
I haven't seen
point of
Wizardry.
sale little gossip magazines that were there, and I was leafing through it, and opened it to this page, and on the page
Ah, it looks like Lands of Lore.
was an article about Richard Garriott, and how he had made, I don't remember, there's like $100,000 making Ultima or something like that. And I was like, oh my God, you can do this for
My heart. I'm assuming the person on the left was a Diablo 2 dev. Ow. Ah. Fuck. Ah, my heart. Okay, so the person on the right is David Brevik. He's the creator of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. The person on the left is Chris Wilson, the creator of Path of Exile. They are our gods. In the pantheon, they are our top two.
a living. You know, it was like it just dawned on me at this point that was like, oh, wait, I could make this into a career. The games isn't something I just play and do, or I could actually make money doing this or whatever. And so, like after that, all I ever wanted to do was, I was really into gaming. I was playing a lot of games. I was learning the code and doing all of these things. And so really from kind of that point on, I took it seriously as my career choice. That's what I wanted to do with my life. So I think that realization that it was a real job for people, even though because it was such a small hobby at the time. There were very few people in the game industry and very few people making games, and very few games existed. So it was just kind of like a really tiny industry at the point. So the idea of actually making money off of these things as a career was like not even, it'd be like, I don't know, today somebody, hey, somehow they figure out a way to make a career out of being a ham radio operator or something, you know, some obscure hobby or whatever that, you know, it's like, oh, well, that's.
To be fair, like streaming is a bit like that, right? Like when I was growing up, streaming wasn't a thing. Like playing video games for a living and entertaining people wasn't a thing. So like even when I started, like I don't get it much anymore, but I would say the first 5 years of streaming, it was very much like job omegalol, which is going away a little bit more now, but yeah, it's interesting.
Incredible. So you know, I think that that really was kind of the moment that I was like, that stuff inspired me to become a game developer. And then I played lots of games all the way in college and the end of high school in the early 80s and mid 80s, and games like Bard's Tale and then of course when I went to university playing Rogue, and games like Moria and Angband and NetHack and things like that really inspired me to eventually
half
make
of those.
Diablo.
That's very cool. Did you ever get a chance to meet Richard Garriott?
Yeah, I have, and I told him that story.
That's awesome. That's cool. So while Diablo 2 was being developed, what non-game media like films or books or albums influenced the team?
Oh, there's a lot. You know, any kind of popular media at the time definitely was a big inspiration. But I can specifically remember things like, so Matt Ullman, the musician, and my office, we were always right near each other or whatever, and so I would listen to a lot of music when I'm coding, and I also sing, and we'd have the door open. We'd be blasting music back and forth often, and so I think that a lot of those kind of songs, especially things like, you know, 9 Inch Nails and stuff, that had a huge influence on kind of the mood and the atmosphere of what we were making, and so I think it was. There were horror movie references and things like that that we kind of inspired us. There were books that we had read at the time that were big inspirations, TV shows, even things like Star Trek and stuff like that were a big influence on kind of the you know, quest design and stuff. There were things like that that were kind of inspiring, that came from all sorts of media. But I think that Downward Spiral is probably one of the biggest influences on Diablo and Diablo 2.
That's very cool. So the family tree of RPGs has a lot of games that descend from Diablo 2. And people usually consider the obvious ones like Path of Exile and Torchlight that are very Diablo games. But do you have a favorite unlikely Diablo 2 derivative, a game that clearly takes great inspiration from Diablo 2 but isn't actually a traditional action RPG game?
The first thing that came to mind for me that is like a really, really interesting derivative of ARPGs is Nova Drift. It's asteroids, but with ARPG elements. That's like the first thing that came to mind for me. It's such a cool idea, in my opinion, that you're playing like an asteroid shooter spaceship, but with ARPG elements. I was like, what? It's very cool.
Well, I don't know. There's the game I probably played the most that definitely got a lot of influence from Diablo is I mean, it's kind of obvious, but it's World of Warcraft, right? Because it's got talent trees, and it has item rarity colors, and it has seamless world, and it has like all of these kind of things that really kind of built upon our design that we had made for Diablo 2 was influential on that team for World of Warcraft. I mean, obviously, and that, you know, I contributed a little bit to it and helped, you know, give feedback and things like that to the design. So the, you know, I think that all of those kind of things definitely were influential. And so I'd say that one is the one that I played the most. That is not what I would consider a traditional ARPG, but it definitely has some of the ARPG elements.
That's cool. Yeah, I can see that. If you look at like the differences between World of Warcraft and EverQuest, a lot of those differences, I mean, there's many innovations, of course, but a lot of the other differences are Diablo 2 things that works really well.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Even the exclamation points above the head.
That's true. That's another one of your innovations. Yes. So in 2019, you released a game called...
That might be in more games than skill trees. Exclamation mark over the head might be in... I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I guess he did come up with that. That's like in almost everything. That is like, yeah, that is a crazy influence to have on games. That's in almost everything.
Lurks below. Somehow you
Yeah.
managed to create the entire thing by yourself, which is an amazing accomplishment. And I know that people watching this may just think that, game development is just an easy thing. And of course, someone can make a game by themselves. Look at Stardew Valley, look at Minecraft and stuff. But no, it's really hard. And David managed that. And my understanding is in that game, you even did the art yourself, right?
Yeah, I did.
That's nuts.
I have no idea how that happened. So
It's not very good. It's I mean,
know,
it's okay, but it's not like it's this high res, super
below.
beautiful game. It's pixel art. So, but pixel art's not trivial. So it was a lot of work. But I wouldn't put myself up there as the greatest pixel artist of all time either. So,
it still looks good.
Thank you.
So, as is to be expected from the creator of Diablo, elements of It Lurks Below are inspired by Diablo. Can you tell me about how you handled its development process, given what you learned from your previous games, and how you determined how close to make it to Diablo?
Yeah, there was a lot of things. In a lot of ways, I didn't want to make it too close to Diablo, right? I consider myself incredibly fortunate that I was involved in Diablo and Diablo II, and it's just made my life so blessed. And I'm so proud of what the team and everybody accomplished with it. It's just remarkable.
Haven't watched
But
Tech Podcast.
at the same time, especially now, 25 years later, there's a lot of rose-colored glasses and nostalgia built into your memories of Diablo 2. And so when I'm making It Lurks Below, I didn't want to make it too close to Diablo 2 because then, expectations are crazy. And so, I purposely wanted to, separate it. But obviously it's inspired by it. It has random items and it's action-based and like all of these kind of things that I love about games and love about role-playing games and action role-playing games. And so...
It Lurks Below an ARPG? It's a bit like Terraria. A bit like Terraria meets an ARPG. What is Chris doing now? He's working on another game. Which he says later in this video, apparently. But like just a small thing to like keep busy.
And combine that with kind of like a love for, a big inspiration for that game was a game called Starbound, where I played it quite a bit, where you dig down into the different planets and visit different planets and stuff and craft things and whatnot. And but I wanted to kind of combine that with Diablo and have like this kind of a merger between the two, and do a little bit of survival with it and things like that. So it was different enough from Diablo because it had everything from growing crops to putting down buildings and digging down in the ground with a pickaxe and stuff. So in a lot of ways it played very differently than Diablo, even though there are different modes of it where you can make it a little bit more. You can remove the survival elements if you want, just go ahead and dungeon dive. But on purpose, it was like I wanted to make something different. I didn't want to make it a clone of Diablo 2 because, again, the expectations are just so high. If I would make something like that I couldn't possibly do that by myself.
Yeah, well, I think you managed to achieve having those expectations set. Like when I approached the game, for example, I didn't think this is the next Diablo 2. I thought like this is a way better version of Terraria because it has like Diablo items.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. And that was really what I was going for. And I had so much fun making the project. And, it was, and it ended up on Game Pass and all sorts of stuff. So it ended up doing pretty well. So I was super excited about the way that that I was able to do that and take the time to do that project.
I remember you and I had dinner in San Francisco a little while before the release of the game, and you were telling me about it, and I was so jealous of what you were working on there because I was deep in the minds of some difficult Path of Exile stuff with a large team and all of the the responsibility and workload that comes with that, and the idea that you were just sitting there making a game for fun and enjoying every moment of it and getting complete control over everything and have this creative vision that's entirely yours. It made me a little jealous. I mean, I love working with other people, but just the idea of, you making this game that's a complete manifestation of what's in your mind was something that was very appealing.
Yeah, that's really what made it super fun. And you know, I made it all by myself, but I definitely, you know, talked with a bunch of other people who gave me feedback and things like that. So, you know, I didn't truly make it on my own. There was, you know, there are definitely other people that helped out in giving feedback and design advice or whatever, playtest advice and all sorts of stuff. I don't think that you can really ever make it in a vacuum, like by yourself, kind of thing. And I think that's actually dangerous. You know, it really helps to get some outside influences and perspective. But largely being able to control everything like that, all the vision and make something that you imagine and make it real. Including, I did everything. I made my own engine for it and everything. So I did all the sound effects and stuff. So it was just really a fun project, and I had such a good time doing it.
That's very cool. So when we started development on Path of Exile 2, I felt like I was in a position of great responsibility that Jonathan and me and Eric had to decide the direction of a sequel to a popular game. We had to decide all these critical decisions about what areas of the game should stay true to the original and which areas should be innovated on. And you had been in a similar position when you were designing Diablo 2, that some things in from Diablo 1 you wanted to keep really close and some things you wanted to change up. Was it immediately clear to you how to evolve Diablo 1?
Does Chris Wilson still work at 2DD? No, he retired completely, so he's working in a new studio right now.
Into its successor, or did it involve a lot of experimentation during development?
It was a little of both. There were a few things that we knew that we wanted to do. Well, I mean, obviously, number one thing technically was we wanted to make it client server. So that was like for sure one of the things that we wanted to, you know, innovate or iterate on, whatever way you want to take that. But from a design perspective, other things like skill trees didn't come in till, you know, I had this idea in the shower. and
I got all my good ideas in the shower. Pretty much all of them. Making a new studio is no retirement, no? No, it is. Like, he's retired. He's just, it's like a hobby now. Like, he's just doing it for fun. Like a small studio. Like, he still wants to, like, create something, right? He's a creative person.
And, you know, it was like maybe a year into development or something like that. I don't quite remember, but we had already been working on the game for a little while. Or the doing something like the seamless world stuff, like that didn't come in right away. That the original design was we were going to do it outdoors as well as indoor things, and that was one of the big decisions that we kind of made early. And so I think that once we started making the outdoor things, then I was like, oh, but I can figure out how to stream the entire thing, like stream the levels or whatever. We can generate them and bring them, you know. Anyway, you know, I've figured out a way to get the levels just constantly, no load screens kind of thing. And so that technology I don't think that came on very early either. I think that it was probably a little bit later, and then even other design decisions were made later. So I think up front there were very few things that we kind of decided on. It was like much more. I mean, it was much more we're going to have indoors and outdoors. And we wanted to make it more of a world setting than it was just a particular town and dungeon kind of thing. We wanted to make it feel more epic and larger in scope and scale. And so I think that those were kind of the nuggets of the ideas of the direction that we headed in that were really kind of the big things that we were going to change. More character classes and some stuff like that, different character classes, that stuff were also on the list. But it wasn't really all that clear. And at first we didn't even really want to make a sequel. It was like we were really burnt out from Diablo, and it took us, we started experimenting with a couple of other ideas for a couple of months, and then probably maybe 4 or 5 months after we've shipped Diablo 1, then we were like, okay, we have enough of these little ideas. I think that now that it makes sense to move forward with Diablo 2.
Fair enough.
Wahoo.
Are there any Diablo 2 ideas that you deemed too risky and just cut early?
Ooh.
No, and we should have.
What a joke.
We were really bad at scope creep, right? And that's part of the reason we ended up having to crunch really hard. And we was like, we had no real kind of system for production where we were not, as you know, we weren't doing. We were just making lists of things we wanted to do. There was no estimates of how much time or commitment or anything like it, anything was going to take. We weren't estimating tasks or anything like that. It was just like, here, let's just start making a game. And then, hey, we've dreaming of all of these things. And then all of a sudden the game's gigantic and we've never cut anything. We've only added and then it's just out of control. And then it's like, oh, we got to finish this up in a year. Oh my God. And then it's crunching. And anyway, so it was bad game development process. And we didn't have really any true kind of production stuff that is used all the time now in modern game development. At the time,
Like how
it was
candid
just
they are.
like fly by our seat of our pants kind of development. And we really should have cut stuff. And we should have been thinking about scope. But in the end, we just wanted to make every good idea we put in there, and damn the consequences.
The majority of my game development career has been making leagues for Path of Exile, where we had a strict 91-day development cycle. And as we
I
approached
love
each
that
release,
cycle.
we had exactly the situation you're describing there, where, we've got to get this done. We don't want to, get into too much overtime. And so in our case, we had to make hard decisions at the last moment about which things aren't working out and to cut them. And, hopefully we still produced a good product most of the time.
Yeah.
But, if we had more time, it would have been different. So what would Diablo 2 have looked like if you had an extra year of development time? If right at the end you're done, like I'm not saying we undo the crunch, I'm just saying you get an extra year after that. So you've got, it's finished and you're not allowed to release it for whatever reason, you get a year longer to work on it. What could you have done? Did you have any things that weren't necessarily just the expansion, but things that you would have done with that year?
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is that we cut an act out of the game and made the final act half the size it was supposed to be. So I think that if we had done an extra year of development, we would have moved. It would have been 5 acts and of equal size rather than 3.5 or 4 acts or whatever that, and then it would have been, so it would have just been a bigger product. It would have been a longer.
Act 5 was supposed to be Act 4? That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? With Act 4 being the last act. So you go to Harrogath and then finally you go to Hell. That would have made a lot more sense. Huh.
Adventure. I'm not sure if that's necessarily better, I'm sure that that's what we would have done. We would have had the time to complete all 4, maybe 4.5 acts, rather than cutting one out. We had to make that kind of tough choice at the kind of 11th hour. We started. It was like maybe like right before maybe Christmas time. Like I don't know. It all blends together when you're crunching so hard that it was probably around Thanksgiving or so. We had to make the difficult choice to cut an act out of it. We just didn't have the time, and then we ended up kind of working on the Act 4 stuff, and it was oh, we don't even have time to do this. We've got to cut this in half. And then we redid it at the late in the project, redid everything about it, redid all the graphics and stuff. That also happened kind of later in the project as well. I can't remember when, but it was within the last couple of months, we redid a bunch of that act. So there was, we weren't very good with scope, and I'm sure that that we would have
We
done
weren't very
things
good with
differently.
scope.
Yeah, I was just noticing, I looked across at my Diablo 2 box and I noticed that it has pictures of all the acts, but not Act 4, because I can imagine at the point you had to go and prepare the physical materials, you
Yep.
would not just take screenshots of the finale
Exactly.
at that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So, what do you think was the smartest decision you made with Diablo 2?
Boy, I don't know.
Randomized
And it doesn't have to be you
items.
personally. It can be like a team smart decision.
I mean, I don't know if there is really one specific thing. I mean, I think that there are several things about it that I think that that were really smart of us. And it wasn't just like all my
I'm gonna
decisions.
take a quick break and blow my nose properly. I'll be right back. Yeah, itemization. That's better. You look very beautiful today, and that is a lie. I feel and look hideous, but thank you. I appreciate the lie. How many physical copies of D2 left in this world? Probably a lot. I mean, I still have mine. I don't have it here, though. I should bring mine here. It's in Norway. My parents saved, like, all my stuff. They have, like, so much of my brother and mine stuff in Norway. Crazy.
There were a lot of decisions that lots of people made that that ended up having huge influences on the project. So,
I still have my original keys.
you know, I think that just making Diablo 2 and deciding to actually do it rather than go do something else and take it to the next level was probably the best decision of all, simply because we had options at the time, and it was like we had talked about doing other types of projects, and you know, I think that it would have been a real shame if Diablo 2 never existed.
Yep.
Because we're super happy with the way that it turned out, and you know, it's a million little decisions. Like, you know, whenever you're making a game, it's just every day you're filled with 1,000 decisions on the different direction you can go with whatever, and everything from a skill. You're making 400 decisions on a skill, how much damage it does, what the delay is, what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it, anything. So like all these millions of decisions come together. And so pointing one out, I think, is really difficult because there were so many great decisions that were made, I think, as a collective that influenced the product in the end.
Well, you did a great job, and thank you for deciding to make Diablo 2, of course. So what about on the other end of the spectrum? What was the biggest mistake you made with Diablo 2?
I mean, my traditional answer for this is the stamina bar, but I hate the stamina bar in Diablo 2. It's,
Based.
it makes me cringe every time simply because it's like this punishing. It's an irrelevant thing later in the game, and it's a punishing thing for the new player. So like,
That's a very cool answer, and so I really agree with Wait. I really agree with Wait. I think gamers are really dumb when they make fun of like obviously we see on Reddit and like streamers and stuff. Someone who's like, "Oh, you need to feel the weight," but I actually do think that's true. But I think it's very important to identify as a game developer where you want to add friction and what type of friction, because there's good friction and there's bad friction. Like in my opinion, the inventory sizes of Path of Exile, that a two-hander is 2x4 and that a ring is 1x1, that in my opinion adds to the game and feels meaningful. I don't like the way it is in Diablo 4. It feels arcadey to me. Like it feels really arcadey to me. Whereas the potions refilling at the fountain in PoE 2, that's just such needless. Like that doesn't add anything at all. Right? Because I'm in town, I already feel safe. I don't want to have to click a button to fill my potions. So it's like, I think it's hard to identify all this stuff as a developer sometimes, but you have to, fountain ranting coming in. It's just so stupid. But like, your accent sounds like you're a South Park character. I mean, I'm sick as shit right now.
it's like a newbie tax almost. And so, as a design thing, it was supposed to be, hey, we just don't want you running away from the enemies all the time or whatever. We gotta limit your ability to just constantly run away. But in the end, who cares, right? It just like it ended up not really. Not only people just don't do that, but it was also not really all that helpful later in the game, and so I think that I think that design is something that I regret. I wish it wasn't that way. It allowed a few things like the stamina shrines and a few things like that were helpful and little fun things to do or whatever. But in the end, I just wish that we would have allowed people to run, and who cares, right? It's not that big of a deal. People don't want to pass.
Another thing, so like I actually used to. I remember there was something I vehemently disagree with Brevik on, and like I've changed my mind on this, but he had a video where he talked about the importance of soulbound items. And I was a World of Warcraft player, and I was so against soulbound. To be fair, I was also a flipper in World of Warcraft, so that's part of why I was against it. But I've really, there was a Path of Exile League that made me completely change my mind on soulbound items. And there's still a lot I dislike about soulbound items. But there's one thing that I hadn't thought about, that I didn't understand until Sanctum. And Sanctum League completely changed my mind on soulbound items. Because in a multiplayer game with open trade, you can give a soulbound item much more power than you would normally be able to make give the player. And that I had never thought about before, and that makes soulbound so much more interesting. So in Sanctum, you could get a relic that was incredibly powerful, but you could not trade it. So you had to find the Sanctum that you wanted, the relic that you wanted, and then build around it. So it was sort of like, bit of a roguelike mechanic. You get a hand dealt to you and you have to play with it. You can't like, oh, I see the streamer doing it. Well, I can't get that relic, you know? And you might get something pretty unique. So that I really, really liked. So that made me a fan of Soulbound because it's bad when there's a lot of Soulbound, but when you have something very, very limited, like Gold is Soulbound, and that's really good. Mercenaries are Soulbound, right? Like, I might get a mercenary that you have very, very low chance. So, I really like Soulbound, but in very, very limited. I like 98% of the game not being Soulbound, but that makes the things that you do make Soulbound so much more impactful. And yeah, I just saw what you meant about the freeze frame. That's funny.
Up the enemies. They want to fight them and they want to get the items and stuff like that. It's not a passive kind of game. And so the idea that somehow you could run away all the time and never die, I thought was just kind of silly.
I charitably view it as a mastery mechanic where it may be annoying and provide friction for very early players, but because it's rather easy to eventually have it not affect you, you feel good. Now I can run all the time or teleport all the time or whatever.
Right.
And so that's how we viewed things in Path of Exile that only were relevant in the early game, like getting maximum quality on your items. There were little currency items you could apply that upgraded a quality to plus 20% at best.
Right.
And after a while, that's easy, and you do it to all your items, and you never think about it. But it was still useful because it's a thing that matters for early players. It teaches them about complex systems, and then they feel good about just being capable of maxing it out later on.
Yeah. And I also feel like, in some ways, the stamina bar did have its point, which is that it does teach the player, the early player, you can't keep running away, right? You know, and so once they've learned that, then they don't even really think about it as something that they can do all the time kind of thing. And then later on, they can discover that through different gameplay things that they can use that to their advantage or whatever. But right off the bat, it encourages combat. So in some ways it was good, but I don't know. I still think that there probably could have been a better system to design there than we did.
My favorite stamina story is I was doing some ladder rushing in Diablo II back in the day, and my friend, shout out to John, he was playing a sorceress and got to Act 2 at level 6, and I said to him, how did you get to Act 2 faster than me, and how did you do it only level 6? Like, how did you survive, and how did you kill Andariel? What is going on? And his answer was stamina potions and static field. Rather than complaining about stamina, he understood that if he spends his gold on stamina potions, he gets to run through the whole action, avoid the monsters, getting just enough experience to get the one skill he needs to kill Andariel without actually any capabilities.
That's still a good player, though. I mean, you're going to be like dodging behind things and stuff. Like, I wonder how many. It was kind of a death rush to kill Andariel all that time.
That guy was very skilled at that. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, when people talk about Diablo 2, they generally mean Diablo 2 with the Lord of Destruction expansion. Like when you say to people, did you play D2? That's what they view it as purchasing Diablo 2 with Lord of Destruction and installing that and playing it. But those are actually two quite different games, at least to a super nerd like me. So, for example, in the original Diablo 2, there was this really addictive hunt for rare items. I'm sure other classic players will remember the day that Lancers were enabled. That was the exceptional maximum spear. And so we farmed as hard as we could for each rare drop, hoping to get a Lance with insane damage and high attack speed. And it's just like, you're playing Diablo 2, you're looking for the word Lance in yellow. And I calculated at the time it was once every 6 hours and 15 minutes I would find one. There was that much going on in a spreadsheet, a database. Taught myself PHP for this. And so I was tracking my rare drops, and you get your Lance every 6 hours and 15 minutes on average. And obviously, most of them are going to be crap, but occasionally you find a Lance that's got high damage and high attack speed, and then you're just the king of the server. Your barb is going to be the best. Every other barb wants it, and it was just amazing. In the expansion, which of course still has good itemization, the focus eventually became much more around rune words and elite uniques. And to some extent, finding a rare warpike being the equivalent in the expansion was less relevant because you're going to get a rune word like Silence or eventually Breath of the Dying or potentially the elite unique for it. And so that's great and everything, but it's a different type of game. And I feel that the two actually play really differently. Like an example was you couldn't get mana potions from the vendor in Classic, and in LOD eventually they were sold in the vendor with 1.10, and that changes how characters deal with mana. In Classic, you had to solve the mana problem. That meant putting points in energy, putting points in warmth, actually getting mana on your gear. Whereas in modern LOD, there is a rune word you put in your mercenary, and now mana is trivialized. And so I tell people that Lord of Destruction is an extremely good game, but classic Diablo 2 is a masterpiece. What are your feelings about the difference between Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 with the expansion?
Well, like you've laid it out pretty well there. There are huge differences, and it was a little bit like the rune words and stuff. Was a little bit of, I would say, in some ways, is a little bit more general audience friendly in that that specifically hunting for specific items is really
Target farming is so fun.
a smaller audience than people that like feel like they can achieve something by collecting a bunch of things and putting something together. They feel like they have more control over that. They feel like they can get to their goal and achieve their goal in a more timely fashion. And so, is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. It's just different, like you said. So I think that you're right that Diablo 2 Classic pre Lord of Destruction was much more of an item hunt game, where
It's on different items.
After Lord of Destruction, it was much more almost like a crafting game, where you crafted the best items in the game. You still had to find all the parts and put it all together or whatever, and so there was still some item finding going on. But there was much more of a crafting element to it than there was in Diablo Classic, Diablo 2 Classic, as you're calling it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's very interesting. I care a large amount about this particular topic.
Chris doesn't let you do
I
anymore.
spend a lot of time, getting people to play Diablo 2 and then telling them now try it without the expansion and tell me what you think. And as you say, the expansion stuff made it a lot more new player friendly, so there's some rough edges on the classic version, but it's fascinating to see, people telling me, well, I've played it for 2 days without sleeping now, so that's cool. Like in 2025, people are refusing to sleep because of that game.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. It is. So there were always reasons for moving on to new projects after a game and its expansion had been released, so it's completely understandable that no further expansions were made for Diablo 2 after Lord of Destruction. You've mentioned you did some planning for a potential second expansion, and I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you, details about that, but given the amazing long-term popularity of Diablo 2, do you see a kind of alternate potential, like parallel history for the game, where a series of expansions were released for many years afterwards instead of moving on to other projects?
Not really. There were a lot of there's a lot of information out there about kind of that at the time that when you release multiple expansions, that the audience size goes down with each expansion, kind of thing, and so you sell the most of the original thing, then a little bit less on the expansion and a little bit less on the next expansion. I don't know if that would have really happened with Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 kind of bucked the trends in many ways.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So maybe it could have existed, but we were eager to kind of move on from Diablo 2 and make Diablo 3. And so that really was... that more so than anything was the big, change that we wanted to make. There were ideas we had to make Diablo 3 kind of a new, something different than Diablo 2, and we were eager to kind of work on that, as well as then we had also at Blizzard North kind of split into two teams, and we had other product ideas that we were kind of iterating through and making demos of and creating kind of something brand new that was not going to be Diablo related at all. So there were kind of those two things were occupying our time. That doesn't mean that I didn't think about Diablo 2, because again, I designed a Diablo 2 expansion, another one. So maybe there could have been an alternate timeline. I think that honestly, if we had stayed there, that we would have made Diablo 3, and there was probably a decent chance that the second team or the other team would have gone on to make another Diablo 2 expansion. That definitely could have been a
Would have been
high
a cool
possibility.
timeline.
That's very interesting. I'll bug you in private about that second expansion to hear the juicy details.
Sounds
But
good.
what you're describing there is similar to the line of thinking that was happening at Grinding Geek Games with Path of Exile, where while Path of Exile was growing with each of the 30-something expansions we'd done for it, well, 3 monthly updates. I don't know if all of them are large enough to be called expansions, but you get the idea. While it was growing, there were still players who would occasionally fall off playing Path of Exile, and you couldn't do anything to get them back on because 15 expansions have been released since the last time they played, and it felt like a
Right.
different game.
Yep.
And so the idea with the sequel, as well as getting to explore new things, is it's a great ability for people to get back into the game. And my understanding is that worked extremely well. Like the Path of Exile 2 has been a great onboarding thing for
It
new
really
players,
is.
which
It's so good for
or
that.
returning players, which is exactly what it was intended to be. And it's and that's exactly what you were finding there, where when you were looking at making subsequent expansions for Diablo 2, there's the fear that it's just narrowing the audience size, whereas Diablo 3 printed $1 billion quickly, and Diablo 4 they announced, I think, $2 billion in some time period. And just progressing down with new numbered games that aren't expansions to previous ones, obviously,
He posted it yesterday.
is quite good business.
Yeah, see
So-
GTA 6.
I hear that budget is $2 billion, including marketing for that. Yeah. So, before unfortunate events occurred, your team at Blizzard North were working on Diablo 3, as you mentioned. And my understanding is that this project was later restarted by Blizzard South, and their released version is different to what you were planning. And you've spoken before about plans for the version, so I don't want to ask you to repeat yourself, but how do you feel these days that your version of Diablo 3, in hindsight, how do you feel these days about your version of Diablo 3 in hindsight, if it had been finished and released? Do you still feel it was the correct direction for the next game in the series?
Ooh.
I mean, we'll never know. It's hard to tell. I mean, I definitely felt that way about it while we were making it.
Do you know, the thing is, I would have loved to see that version of Diablo 3 because Cain would not have died to a butterfly.
And I was really excited about it. So it was just so different. And as you know, or maybe don't, we kind of design by the seat of our pants.
I don't know D3 lore. What do you mean a butterfly? So Deckard Cain gets killed by some random butterfly demon. Like, everyone's favorite character just gets butchered. Every character gets butchered. I don't know. It's just
Pants while we were making the game. So it kind of evolved over time. So I thought that what the final product would have come out to be, who knows? But the base idea was really, really interesting, and I was really excited about it. So it was just so different than Diablo 3, what it turned out to be, and went in a completely different direction that I can't imagine that it's almost impossible for me to tell whether or not that would have turned out great or not. I don't know.
Fair enough. So the history of Diablo 2 development has heaps of detail about your involvement and the work of your co-founders Max and Eric Schaefer and what they did on the game. I was wondering, who are some other kind of unsung heroes of Diablo 2's creation who you feel haven't been given enough credit for critical work that they did?
Oh my God. It's such a long list. There's so many people that were crucial to development. I could start naming names, but yeah, I could be here all day. But
Well, I guess-
let's say Phil Shank and David Glenn and Peter Hu and Stieg Hedlund, and there are many people that were just really important people that worked on not only design stuff but story and setting and the visuals and all sorts of stuff that had massive influence. Matt Ullman with the music, and like there's this massive
so good.
people that had massive influence.
That is one of the things they've really botched on both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. There's no iconic music. Like, Path of Exile has such iconic music, Diablo 2 has such iconic music, Diablo 1 is even more iconic music. But like, Diablo 3 and 4 just had like nothing. Crazy.
on the product. They're even like,
Is Chris sick? His eyes look tired. Yeah, so I was talking to Chris on Discord, and he says he plays a lot of Diablo 2. So I think I suspect that he's just doing like 18 hours binge sessions on D2, and that's why he looks a little tired.
one of the ways that we designed at Blizzard North was that everybody could contribute to the design. They can come up with ideas. They can just run them by me and go implement them, kind of thing. There was like, go for it or whatever. That sounds cool. Or, so people would come up with skill ideas or do whatever they wanted, right? There is, I've got a new monster in mind or whatever, and it could be, you could be an artist, you could be whatever you want. And so, so many people had little design elements and different influences on the product because of that. It wasn't like, hey, I was heads down and I'm designing everything in a vacuum or whatever, and then out comes the little piece of paper with the design on it, and now somebody go implement it. It was much more of a collaborative experience all around throughout the studio. So there were lots of people that were really influential in the final product.
That's cool. I'm glad to see that a lot of the developers have moved on to other awesome studios and making cool things afterwards, and you see names popping up all over the place, and it's really cool to see the diaspora of it. The spreading of the people. So how did the legacy of having created Diablo affect future projects like Hellgate London and Marvel Heroes that you worked on afterwards?
Never played any of those.
Well, I think the biggest thing was the crunch for Diablo II was so severe. It had such a huge impact on my life, my personal life, that it was, I never wanted to do that again. So we had a much better grasp on what it is that we wanted to do in the future and the way that we wanted to run development in the future. And we wanted to not put ourselves through that anymore, but still have a chance at making something great. So that had a huge influence on the way that we kind of ran day-to-day production of making games. So that was a big thing. But at the same time, it also there were like the reversal of that is that we were so lucky at Blizzard to be in the position that we were in, right? That we could kind of take the time that we needed to make the products that we wanted. And so in some ways, it was a little bit of a curse going outside of that, in that, hey, we don't have those luxuries. And so harsh lessons kind of needed to be learned on the other side of that, and how really basically the rest of the industry worked. I mean, it was a large portion of our career was in this kind of...
I just noticed in the background they're doing a puzzle. That's so cool. I love puzzles.
Bubble of Blizzard and the luxuries that we had there to create stuff, and the reality of what video game development is like, and how there are real deadlines, and money is an issue, and there's the companies are risking a lot when they're trying to fund these things, and they need to have that money back at some point, and that they can't just keep spending, and like all of these kind of things, and companies change their minds, and like then you're kind of stuck. For instance, we were making Hellgate London. Namco we signed with Namco to make the product, and their idea was that we're going to start making PC games, and the cornerstone of this is going to be your product, and we're going to fund this, and et cetera, et cetera. And then like a year after that, they fired everybody, changed that objective for the company. That's like, okay, that we're not going to do that anymore. We're still going to fund you guys, but we're not even going to publish you. You're not even going to. You got to go find somebody else to finish publishing this. We're not going to do any marketing or anything like that, but we'll honor the contract and fulfill the milestones. But that would never happen at Blizzard. Like so there were like in a lot of ways there were fortunate things that we didn't realize coming out of Blizzard, that of the way that kind of industry really works, and that how volatile it is, and how difficult it is to actually get a product across the finish line with a partner. It's remarkable almost that almost any game ever gets made, because it takes almost a miracle from all different avenues, things that aren't even in your control for something to actually come to market and flourish.
Yeah, I think you stated that very well.
It sounds so risky to do game development, and like, this is gonna sound crazy, but I really enjoy the stability of streaming. Like, I feel it's so nice. Like, there's not that many outside factors that can affect me. Like, it's very, very up to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not that easy. Like things like what happened to him can't really happen to me in the same way, which is nice. It's kind of crazy. Obviously, like, when you're smaller, content creation's a lot more risky, but it's nice. Streaming became a stable job, yeah.
So my next question is, with computers being a lot more powerful than they were a quarter of a century ago, how would the design of Diablo II be different if you had made it with a modern level of computing power? For example, would you increase the simulation detail or run at a higher simulation frame rate? I know you're technical, so are there any technical things that could be different about the game?
Yeah, absolutely. We would have run the server at 60 frames a second and things like that.
Yeah,
That for sure we would be doing that. Plus, I think that, obviously we would have made much higher res graphics and made the look, it would have been 3D instead of 2D and all sorts of stuff like that. In fact, that was a big debate when we were making Diablo 2 at the very beginning. We were debating whether or not we should go with, hey, should we make this 3D or 2D? But 3 was just the birth of 3D cards and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of games were going 3D, but it was like super low poly kind of things. You gotta have 100 polygons or whatever.
I think one of my first 3D cards, I think it was even called 3D. Was it like Voodoo 3D or something? I think that was one of my first like big graphic cards.
On your character, so it wasn't really time to do that kind of stuff yet. We could
let's say Voodoo
make
3D
a better looking game, I felt, with Diablo 2 being kind of sprite based.
And I remember, the most expensive graphics card. Like, there was one time my parents got me a graphics card for Christmas, and it was a fairly, not like limited edition, but it wasn't a card that was made a lot, and it was like, I think it was like called Hercules Radeon 9800 or something. And I remember I had like the best PC in my village, and it was just so chef's kiss.
And so it was the right decision at the time. But now with computing power, we would definitely, it would be a totally different story. So we would have much higher res graphics and run the simulation at 60 frames a second on the server and all sorts of stuff. We could have, a lot more people in games and all sorts of things. So
fair enough. Do you have any thoughts on interesting directions that action RPGs could go in next?
Sure, there's a million different directions that things can be taken in, but I also feel like that in a lot of ways the genre is a little bit stagnant right now, and I would love to see some kind of big innovation in it. I would love to see somebody break out of some of the formulas that have been there now for 25 years. And so I think that some games are attempting to do that. And I would love to see some more innovation and make ARPGs in a way that isn't just simply about the loot chase or whatever, right? That isn't about loot explosions.
I would say Path of Exile 1 does that, and has been doing that though for the last 10 years. It is really incredible innovation in a way to just pick a game or a movie and see how it fits into the game, whether it's bad or good, right? Like, from everything from Heist to Blight to Bestiary, like, in its own way, that is very innovative and very cool.
and killing swaths of monsters or whatever, making it a little bit more, I guess, slowed down, I think is kind of a description, and less and more about the actual experience of feeling like you're in a dangerous world, and making it more, let's say, more compelling in that way, more immersive and more.
I mean, everything he's talking about now just sounds like he's describing Norris for the Wicked. And Pee-wee too, but probably Norris for the Wicked more. Nah, cause Pee-wee 2 still has that like giant loot fest game. It does sound more like he's describing Norris for the Wicked.
And so I love to see more that direction than giant loot fest.
I would love to play a game that was still an action RPG, but was focusing on exploration and was scary again. That would be a lot of fun, because you get the hooks of the itemization, but you feel completely immersed. And my memory of Diablo II was that it was kind of this online world that I was privileged to get to play in briefly, and I felt like I was a guest in the world, exploring it while I had time on my computer, aside from university assignments and stuff. And then it got pulled away from me, and I look forward to going back into the world. Like, it really did feel like this special place I'd go. And
do you know what I think could be really interesting for an RPG to do? This might be a bad explanation of it, but is there a lot of people in chat that have played Minecraft? Running around in the overworld in Minecraft gives you a really fun feeling of exploration, of just like finding villages, finding different biomes and stuff like that. I wonder if you could ever do something similar in an ARPG, especially once like generation gets a little bit better, and I think you'd have to use AI for this too, but once procedural generation gets a little bit better, I think that would be really, really interesting. That's what AI in games should be. Yeah, like once it gets a little bit more advanced, that could be really interesting for an RPG, where you're like in an evolving world, like suddenly discovering cities and stuff. That could be really cool, like giving you that like Minecraft feeling of like exploring the overworld. Delve but good? No, I'm not talking about zones like that. I mean like literally a fluid world.
There was good memories there. You managed to achieve that really well. So I see what you mean about that being something that might have gradually become eroded with the spreadsheetization or TikTokization of a lot of modern games these days.
Right.
So you currently have a lot of projects on the go, including a publishing company called Skystone Games. What are you up to these days?
Yeah, I'm up to a lot. Skystone is a publishing company, and we've been publishing indie games. We have a big game coming out this summer we're super excited about, called Tiny Bookshop. Has a lot of wish lists and stuff. It's kind of a cozy game where you open your own little bookshop in the back of a trailer and go around to different locations and sell books and stuff. It's really fun.
People are so into simulation games. I used to like them more, but like the game where you sell Pokemon cards and stuff. I never really got into it. Like, it's crazy.
It's good strategy, a little depth and strategy to it, or whatever, about what books you sell in different areas and where you acquire new books and things like that.
Chairman's gotta work after work.
Anyway, it's super fun, so I've been doing that for a few years, and we have quite a few products signed. Just signed another one about 2 days ago, so that we're super excited about that too, and so that's going real well. And we have also some pretty big plans coming up and some announcements coming up, maybe around PAX or something like that. That should, that will probably make some noise about it. So we'll see. Skystone is going to be growing.
That's really cool. Do you get to give much creative input on these games, or are you mostly handling the pure publishing kind of stuff and letting the developers do the fully creative side?
Yeah, one of the differences about Skystone that's that makes it different from other publishers is that you get to use me as a resource. Like I'm happy to help out in any way. I'm not trying to take over their games. I want developers to make the game they want to make and be passionate about that and stuff. But sometimes you can be stuck or need feedback or whatever. Or like it helps to get that outside opinion. And so somebody that has a lot of experience making games and a lot of different types of games, because I haven't made just ARPGs. I've made a lot of stuff. I've consulted on 1 million games, so and help design a lot of different things and help promote a bunch of different products, and so having that experience, technical experience, helping out with any kind of technical problems that they have, as well as walking new developers through, hey, how do I sign up and get all of this stuff with this Xbox dev kit working and things like that. Anything like that we also do those kind of, I can help out in that way. So
I feel like this guy uses a lot of corporate speak we're super excited about. No. Like, he's just genuinely fucking excited. He's like, I've like had dinner with him and he's just such a excited dude, like very passionate about everything he does. This is not corporate speak.
That definitely makes us different. So we do all the regular publishing stuff. We help out with community and do marketing and influencer outreach and promote events and things like that to try and promote the title, but also and gather wish lists and guide them through the whole process, but also well. Kind of are a dev at heart and can give good solid feedback, especially to a lot of the indie developers are young dev groups and lack a lot of experience, and so a lot of them find it super helpful for me to give them feedback.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been I've really enjoyed it, and I've got other projects really cool that I'm working on as well that I can't really talk about.
It's very difficult not to. It took me like 10 years, and I remember watching like one of my old Chris Wilson interviews. I remember watching my first interview with Chris Wilson, and I was so nervous and so prepared on the next question that I wasn't entirely paying attention to what he said. Because I was so nervous about the flow of the interview, and I watched like my last interview with Chris Wilson, and there was such a big difference with like in the last one we're having a conversation, I'm asking follow-ups. In the first one I'm basically like question, where it's like I'm barely processing what he's saying because I'm so focused, and it does take a long time to like change that.
I've really enjoyed working with all these developers and meeting a bunch of people. I know so many more people now in the industry because of this. It's been really good. And the amount of creativity that's out there and the passion that people have for making video games, it's really, really exciting and really, really awesome. What have you been up to?
Well, after a year of retirement where I kind of spent my year, traveling, sorting my magic cards and so on, I started to... Well, there are enough magic cards that it takes more than a year to sort them, so there's still plenty to go. Yeah, that's a separate discussion, David. Yes, I just got back from MagicCon in Vegas yesterday, so there was a lot of fun purchases there. So I spent a year doing that after GGG, and it was relaxing, but I kind of had the itch that I wanted to be creative again, and I wanted to be creative in a way that didn't involve being a CEO of a 200-person company. Like it's a fulfilling job that I felt I did a good job at, but it wasn't really what I was born to do. And so I realized that the most fun I had making Path of Exile was just like jamming in my garage with Jonathan and Eric in the early days, like a really small team, just trying to come up with something where, there was just a lot of creativity happening and I was getting to write code and all that kind of stuff. So I recently started a really small studio with some friends. It's called Light Pattern, and we're working on a small project that I don't intend to talk about, potentially for a number of years. I guess my only clue is it's somewhat telling, I guess, that we're talking about that today. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm getting to recreate the feeling I had in my 20s of doing development again, and yeah, I'm having a blast.
That's awesome. Congratulations. That sounds really fantastic. I mean, I did this almost exact same thing in some ways, like, you know, when I was CEO of Gazillion, and, you know, and I'm not making games all day. I'm working on running the business. And I was like, okay, that's not, I'm good at this. I can do this. This isn't what I want to do. And then I went a little crazy, and I made the game all by myself, but I did almost the exact same thing. It was super passionate. I had a super passionate experience going back and actually doing development and doing all of that stuff. It's just really just so much fun. And that is definitely what I was born to do. So I completely relate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for your time today, man. It's been really good. Covered a lot of good stuff, and I think that, you know, the product you guys made, the whole Blizzard North team back 25 years ago, has really stood up to the test of time. Most of my friends are still playing it to this day, and I intend to continue to do so. So thank you both for making Diablo 2, for changing the gaming industry to the extent that you have, and also for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on. So I'm considering making more videos about game development.
Do it.
Please consider subscribing to this channel. It's just starting out, and I guess throw a like on the video for the algorithm if you want. If there are any other topics about game development that you'd like me to discuss, let me know in the comments, and thanks for watching. See you guys next time.
So good. So good. Like I said, Chris Wilson, the YouTuber, was not on my 2025 bingo card. I'll post the channel. There you go. Very, very cool. I mean, Chris is a super cool guy that I really look up to. Chris already has more YouTube subs than me. I'm sorry, Ventura. He deserves it. I was his 5th subscriber. He like sent me the link and I was like, sub. He messaged me 2 days ago. I was like, hey, I'm making this video if you want to watch it. And I was like, yeah. He should have had like a different intro. Should have been like, hey, it's your boy, Chris Wilson, or Chris W. It felt so weird hearing it without the Chris Wilson from Grinding Your Games, but super excited that he made a YouTube channel. That's so cool. But yeah, no, he's such a good dude. I was talking to him a bit, and like he says he's just playing a lot of D2 at the moment. But yeah, either way, hope you guys enjoyed watching this. If you're watching on YouTube and stuff, sub if you liked the video. But more importantly, try to die less than I do. Alright, as cool. A little react. Byle, thank you for the ride. Somebody asked during that what build I'm thinking about doing next. So Steel Mage told me that I need to try the Jung Rogaine Forbidden Rite. What games does he play? Do you know? D2. Vanilla and D2 Resurrected.
Subscribed for 12 months.
Steel Mage told me I need to try the Forbidden Rite build, and it's very cheap to get online, and it's really good at farmer. And I got this yesterday. This is what you need, but it's like almost max rolled. Like it's a really good roll. So I probably will do that. I spent the 2 days, obviously I showed the clip of me dying. I don't know if Scry got that already, but I showed it at the start of the stream. You can upload a YouTube video about it. I spent my 2 days being sick, just farming. And I finally set up my betrayal, so that's ready to go now. So I can try to get like Darianis. Added attack chaos damage though. Isn't it always added attack chaos damage? Wait. That's static, right? That doesn't change. Does that work? I'm confused. Does what work? It doesn't change? Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's just what the amulet is. I saw a ring with 600 strength, yeah. It's a bad roll, but who cares? What? It's almost perfect. What do you mean? It's almost perfect. It's got 395 energy shield. The attack line? But we don't use the attack line! That's not used! It doesn't matter that the line that we don't use is bad. I'm so confused. What is happening? Quick 2-hour leveling? Yes, but I do want to farm my betrayal for a little bit. I'm also almost level 100. But yeah, no, I basically spent my 2 days being sick. Obviously, I'm still fucking sick. Listening to Rachel Platten on repeat. Like 4 Rachel Platten songs and just grinding betrayal. I'm gonna go grab some water. Bottle of water. And yeah. I'm gonna grind. I wish they made 98 to 100 or longer, but give 100, give 2 skill points. Could do that. Ah. And it was so sad yesterday. So I'm running out of Huel, which is what I eat a lot lately. So I was like, well, I'm sick, so what I'll do is I'll order a bunch of Huel, right? So I ordered 35 Huel from Deliveroo. But then I was like, I don't want to be weird. So I'll order some raspberries, some strawberries, and like some bottled water as well. What the fuck is Huel? It's like a liquid meal replacement. It's good if you have stomach issues. So I was like, I'll order that. I ordered 35 Huel. Right? And then human fuel, yeah, human fuel. And the Huel order got cancelled, but they still delivered it to me. So I like placed a big order, and since I placed a big order, I left a big tip, which by the way, I don't normally leave a tip, but it was like, just in case it was like a bicycle delivery or something, I left like a £5 tip or something. But then it got fucking cancelled. So I just paid a £5 tip for 6 bottles of water. And I was like, bro. Huh? What the fuck? I didn't get any other things that I actually wanted.
Jocks 231 just subscribed.
Call it a scam? It's basically a scam. Basically a scam. Jox, thank you for the sub. Kinafa, thank you. Mykonosi, thank you. Already Dead and Cappuccino, thank you. Never tip in advance? Okay, but there is no other way to tip. So, I'll explain my predicament. I don't want to have cash on me, ever. Right? £5 tip? Yeah, it's a big tip here. You don't normally tip. Second, you can tip afterwards, but it's asking me to input my debit card number again, and I'm far too lazy to do that when I've already done that once in the app to order. Can't you refund the tip? That would be so cunty. That obviously I'm not going to do that. Step 1, don't tip. Step 2, yeah. I mean, to be fair, you don't normally tip in Europe. I don't know, I just felt like tipping that day, I guess. I just felt like it. Huh? The blue color you had for the... Oh! You're better off DMing my wife on Discord and asking. I'll probably reply. And my UK friends tell me it's customary to tip at sit-down restaurants? No, it fucking ain't. No, it fucking ain't. That'd have to be fucking exceptional service in the UK before people tip. These people that lived in the UK their whole life? Okay. Chat, who's from the UK? I'm inclined to trust them. How old are your friends? How many British people do we have here? I am, and you don't tip. No tip. By the way, like... Oh, shit. Oh, you know, that's okay, actually. It's very not customary to tip here. Those friends are getting scammed? Well, no, it's not a scam. Like, I tip now and again too, but...
Death's the only option here. Yeah.
It's definitely not customary. Half the people say you tip? Okay, but half of the people answering are probably American. Like, everybody I know is always surprised when I leave a tip here. I get stared at if I tip? Yeah, I left like a £50 tip once, and the waitress came out after me and hugged me. To be fair, there's slightly more to that story, but still. Like, tipping here is like very, very abnormal. Was she cute? She was. And £50 a lot? Yeah. I tip at the restaurant that I go to regularly.
I really do hate the idea.
This is what I get. I can appreciate. If you think
But it's very abnormal to tip here. Five, 10, 20 max? Yeah. Well, so the reason I tipped the 50 there was, it was my favorite restaurant, called Chiquitos in Belfast. And it would be the restaurant that I would always bring girls to on a first date, when I was that younger. And, there was this one girl that worked there, and I'd had her as a waitress a lot. And I was on a date. No, I wasn't on a date. I was with my friend Rose this time. And yeah, I mean, I can see it being different in London. I was with my friend Rose. Oh shit, I have been neglecting ritual. I was with my friend Rose, and the waitress came up to me that I had before. Her name was Julia, I can't remember. And she was like, "You must be devastated." And I was like, "Why?" She's like, "This is our last week. You new here?" And I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, the restaurant's shutting down." And then she ended up sitting down at our table a bit, and like we ended up chatting. The restaurant was shutting down. Wait, I didn't neglect any ritual. They're just all at the fucking end. The restaurant management had like, so the staff had put together like £200-300 or something for like a party for the staff, but the restaurant manager had taken all the money, so they were like devastated. They had just been like, "Yeah, sorry, we're like confiscating that." It's probably illegal, but whatever. So then I left like the £50 tip because of that, because I felt bad. I was like, "Here, you guys should have a party." But it was really funny because I actually ended up seeing that girl later. So I was at another restaurant called Benedict's with my parents, and then this girl comes over. I didn't recognize her at first, and she's like, "I recognize you," and I'm like, "Oh god, you don't look like a Path of Exile player." No offense, chat. And oh, hello. Oh, a fireball. Offended. We called strays. And she was like, she says like, "Oh, I used to work at Chiquitos," and then we ended up talking more. It was nice. That's fun. You could tell she smelled nice. Do you not smell nice, chat? Are you smelly? Showered in a hurry off. But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I tip at like the restaurant I go to the most, and then sometimes at others if it's like exceptional service, but it's pretty abnormal here. I showered once and I missed a trade. Don't recommend. True. Turn up. Thank you. By the way, do you know what was cool about that video? Was that Chris Wilson did the editing himself. Yeah, I took the foible. A lot of places here now just do a gratuity on 20% of the bill. A lot of people here just have the prices at a what they should be to pay their staff. It's a crazy concept. I know. I'm sorry, I see I spooked the Americans. I'm sorry. Hello, Laville. Honestly, it's my least favorite thing about America is that you guys are so dishonest about your prices. Definitely my least favorite thing. Very, very odd. You think I enjoy being forced to tip? No, I know you guys hate it too. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It's a guilt tax? To be fair, like whenever I'm in America, I tip because it's not the server's fault. I do always tip in America because I don't want to shit on people that are already struggling to get by. Places in Belfast, you're lucky to get service. Never mind good service. Nah. No, I've had really good experiences here. I guess it depends where you go. Like, I don't want to dox the places that are close to me that I go, but like in town, I would usually go to like Zen, Top Blade, and stuff like that, and they have a really good service. Do you know what? Do you know what though? That I wish that I don't understand. I've only seen this in very, very few restaurants. But like, you know, in airplanes, you know, like the ding to like call the waitress. I will never understand why that is not a thing in restaurants, because what they instead do is that they seem to time. People abuse it. No, but bitches are gonna do that anyway. And waiters in every restaurant ever seem to time it by asking me if I need anything while I have a mouthful of food. So it's like they wait until I'm like stuffed full of food, and they're like, "Oh, do you need anything?" And I'm like, whereas like I would probably only push that button once if ever. So I don't know. Japan has a waiter button. Yeah, I know it's more common in Asia, and I do it. I adore it. I adore it. Big fan. I feel like it's pretty good in Belfast though, Chloe. Do you attack the waiter? Attach the waiter button to a shot collar? No! They would? I would not. I'm a good customer. I don't even complain. I've never ever complained at a restaurant. I'm pretty chill. Like, I remember at my favorite restaurant once, they gave me the wrong order entirely. It was like something I never would have ordered, and they felt so bad about it, and I was like, nah, it's fucking fine. Like, I always order the same thing, so like now I'll try something new. So I was like, no, I'll take it. It's fine. I got a free cocktail. They actually offered to like make the entire meal free, but I was like, that's fine. It's food. Like, I'll eat. Like, there's no reason to be like a massive Karen about everything. Obviously, if it was something I hated, I would have said something, but it was like I got like fish instead of chicken or something. Cool. Oh, energy shield. Fuck me. Ah, actually, that could work for this. Holy scrap.
Starfill7 just resubscribed.
Phil, good to see you, dude. How you doing? Been a while.
Hope the league is treating you well, brother.
Doing very well. Fix what?
Is revealed.
How common is a ritual boss fragment? Pretty rare. So what I'm doing at the moment is that I'm farming betrayal, and I also have ritual. So I have all the ritual skill points, but I'm completely ignoring ritual unless I see that it's the special altar. So I will do the nameless one, and usually the other ones that give like uniques and stuff. But outside of those, I am completely ignoring it. Like, for example, we'll see what altar it is now. I'm also running a rarity. I'm running a rarity merc now because I got a great button.
If you think bye bye.
When it
You kill so.
You kill so good, Exile. So we'll see what altar it is now. 8 chisels. Are you on the tinfoil that it is a special altar? Do you mean the nameless one? No. I don't think it's classified as a special altar, so I do not have the points.
You are a bloodthirsty little beast, aren't you? Don't.
So like, for example now, right? Since this is just a shitty electric one, I have no interest in doing the ritual. One of the big differences between people that get really rich in Path of Exile and like a casual player that's constantly like poor, like less than 200 divines, is a poor player is a lot more likely to do everything in a map. They're like full clearing, they identify a lot, they loot everything, they don't have strict filters. That's like the big difference. Love Virginia, sorry. Hi, Vivo. Hello, you sound sick. Everything okay? No. I am sick. I am sick. However, I did get results back that my my esophagus thing does not have cancer. Like it doesn't, it's not non-dysplasia or whatever. I don't know. It sounded like a good thing. I'm still having a meeting on the 17th about it, but... So that's good. I still need very regular checkups though, because it will evolve into cancer eventually. Thanks a lot, buddy. I love this song. I had this on repeat for unironically 10 hours yesterday. So no deathathon? Not yet. I gotta try to outlive Bertini. At least.
Most normal lurker just resubscribed for 18 months. Happy birthday.
Did you have your colonoscopy through the mouth? No. Through the mouth is endoscopy. Colonoscopy is when they go in through your ass. I've had both.
Now I'm no Clive, but I on the job.
No wonder cancer wants you. Shit music. Shut up. You like almost all of my music.
Just do it. I'm Exile.
Which one did you enjoy more? So the colonoscopy, I had no sedation. And it was the most painful thing that I remember. And the endoscopy, I got my Dasalam, which comes with the side effect of amnesia, so I don't remember the entire procedure at all. Berserkers are easy. No sedation, that's nuts. It was definitely a choice. It was not the right choice, but it was a choice.
This work? This is grunt work. Look at me.
Right in there, too.
Ah. You don't need painkillers for butt stuff, you mega pussy. Some people take bad dragon dildos unlubed up there for fun. So the problem was that I had a really bad inflammation. And on top of that, I had something called a stricture. So my colon is half the size of normal. And it was so painful that they almost called off the surgery to do it a different day. And then I asked, like, can this like harm me? Like, can it? It might sound silly, but it was so painful. Which by the way, like, I've been bitten by a moray eel and stuff, and I've had a lot of painful things happen to me. I've had like a lumbar puncture go wrong, which like rendered me unable to walk for 2 weeks. But bro has a semicolon. That's funny as shit. And like it was so painful that I literally thought I could explode. Like, pff. And I asked, like, can any harm go to me? And he was like, no, it'll just hurt. And then I was like, oh, then fuck me up. And I like held this nurse's hand. I didn't cry. As soon as it finished, I just sat there sobbing. Yeah, sure. Man, so it did hurt a lot. That scares me because I have to do it as well. Well, I hope you don't have an inflammation.
As expected.
Just get sedated, don't be a psycho. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend getting sedated. The only reason I didn't do that was because my friend Adrian was driving me there, and he had to wait there to take me home, and he would have had to wait an extra hour, and he was going camping with his parents, and I didn't want to make him like even later for that. So I was like, yeah, I'll raw dog it. Sounds like a red pain in the ass. It was. Did you end up messaging Scribe, by the way, Kev? On strategy, yeah. Where did you feel the pain? Stomach. I think the best analogy, would be imagine food poisoning pain, but times 50. And it hurts so much it makes you dizzy and nauseous. That's the best analogy. I did, but I think Scry is busy. Oh. Did he not reply? I'm sorry. I'll take a look at it too. Was it lactose intolerant? That scares the shit out of me. It was definitely interesting pain. Yeah, like I said last time you asked multipass, I don't really know. I haven't played either of the builds, but probably the Sabo.
Observe divinity. Unveiling hope. Recommend. Belief and conviction shall free your mind. Open your heart.
Yeah, I got a new chest. Like a side grade and kind of a downgrade because it doesn't have, like, it has life on it, which ends up being bad on this. I do kind of want to get a new one. Yeah, quite stuff right now. You don't need a second sixthing? I don't. Synth implicit items. To farm them? Heist? No, I don't know. There's not really a good way to farm them. The best way is to farm harvest and make them. And then farm harvest beasts to reroll them. ritual is like, you might get one good one the entire season of farming it though. You're way better off making them. This is Rachel Pludden bidding me up. I'm on a Rachel Pludden binge at the moment. Ascendant? No, I haven't looked at any. Normally do that if you think of any like good Forbidden Flame rule combo. When you want to use voices and stuff. Why not level some stuff in your offense? So that is a great question. I don't think I have the Forbidden Right gem.
I really do.
I am well acquainted. I'm afraid.
Good riddance. Arcana Death.
I will go see if I have it. I might have one. I wonder what the best way to get a Forbidden Right jewel is. Because obviously, like, the mercs are so scary.
I'm afraid the only.
I really.
I hate that the cables
Even
are
an
over.
ignoramus like yourself can see.
Like, normally I would want to talk to all of
Shot
these
of this.
and kill them. Burn white maps? Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I think you're right. Although, I don't really have that many white maps. It's a bit of a problem. I have more, you're right, though. I do think that's the play. My, my other build can actually do mercs. Safely.
Did you wish to join the other corpse? Wait, let me think.
I'm afraid the only.
I really.
Look how good this is,
My
dude.
team here.
You kill so good.
You surprise me.
Yeah, at the start of the stream. Sadly. Automod did not like that message. Yeah. Wait. Oh. What are you farming? Forbidden Right of Tratus. Wait, how did I search for it? Bar. Stormcall, Dark Pact. Huh. 400% stuck for life. Scale summon. There, it's from Lab? Oh, it's not a Trathus gem? Oh! Oh, I thought the Forbidden Right was the Trathus gem. Can somebody link me the Forbidden Right gem? You need a blade fall? That I have. Yeah. Of soul sacrifice. How many are there? Are there multiple? Okay, I mean we could farm that. We should farm that now then. Oh, there are only ones. You just get it. Okay, cool. Okay. Maybe I should make a few of it then. While farming empowers and shit. This is so good XP too, so the dims will level up fast. I am guessing that I can't level with this, because it seemed like it really relies on the amulet. Not that I have a problem with leveling new characters. The number one thing I need would be like a Shaper Shield. Oh, nice, CJ. See, I'll put on a different playlist. You're welcome, Bertini. I don't have an Aegis. But Steel said I, like, don't really need anything. How would you level a dual strike champion? Sunder.
I'm afraid you will only gather.
I wish I could now say I do have an Aegis, but no, I still don't have one. Oh, come on, give me a Soul Taker, you bitch. I do have Lightfall Atrethus. I have 2 of those. How's lab today then? Polab! I learned something new yesterday that I probably should have known. Did you know that you can hold Control and Alt and open up the div card menu? I didn't know. Like, Alt opens gems, Control opens sale, and Control Alt opens div card. I always click this manually, but I don't need to. Kinda neat. Learned that yesterday. Day I learned. Gift of the Goddess is kinda rippy, hey? Oops. Do you have any tips to get the leveling mark from your video? I'm about to hit 56 in the Mudfuzz and Kinesis hasn't shown once. Well, are you killing things? I just like kept resetting and resetting and resetting. How rippy is Gift of the Goddess, chat? I feel like they buffed it and made it even rippier, but I don't fucking remember. What happened to Bama? I still have it. It's very strong. Well, it's medium strong. So, I have not been able to get more than... Okay. It seems dumb to complain about, but I have 9 million damage. I'll do a... Let me do a map with it real quick. The problem is that 9 million damage on Bama is different than 9 million on another build. Because of the damage spread. Which is, by the way, I know Forbidden Right will have a similar problem. Ovi prepared a nice Bama. Is it lightning by chance? Elemental? Okay, it's a Doriani build. Any Doriani build is obviously successful this season. You can literally do anything. Like, it is impossible to fail a Doriani build this season, or it would require great effort. How tanky is this character? Not very. I'm shocked it hasn't died. Wish I had a Defiance of Destiny, then it'd be real tanky. I do have a lot of regen now though, with my new chest especially. I have 1.2k regen, which is pretty cool. Do you plan to play it as Pathfinder, Trickster, or Occultist? Forbidden Right, Occultist. My my Bama is champion. Oh nice, Santegras. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, obviously. So my Bama is a physical Bama. I'm not just using Doriani cheese. Oh, and by the way, I'm not above doing the Doriani cheese. I just don't have one. I absolutely intend to use it as soon as I get one. I'm actively trying to get one. Like, I'm not trying to say I'm too good to do it. I just haven't found one yet. Trust me. It's pretty rare. It's like tier 1. Does he have Nimbus from Voidborn? I haven't had a single Voidborn key this season. They're so rare now, dude. They are so rare. There's a cheese, do tell. You stake it on your merc, and now every lightning build deals literally 5 times more damage. What do you think about a lightning strike wonder? Lightning strike doesn't work with a wand, so it doesn't sound very good. Seeing as you can't use the ability. Yeah, I really like doing strongboxes personally, but I don't ever feel like the reward is worth it, I will say. But yeah, I do quite like doing strongboxes. They're fun to do, but very unrewarding until they're not. A lot of my mage floods have been from a strongbox drop though. But it is pretty much either you get a mage flood or it's not worth it, so. Fun though. Oh no, I just poured my Huel. Fuck. God damn it, it slipped out of my hand. Fuck me. Fuck. Oh man, that's so many cables here. I haven't spent years. Ah, this sucks so much, Donkey Clock.
The time comes to strike. An emperor strikes without hesitation.
Oh man, it's
To
on my
entertain
USB
doubt
hub.
is to dance.
Exactly, I just bought a new USB hub because it's dying anyway. Fuck you. Ah! Hate spills. Okay, I'm almost there. Like fucking years since I've last built. So careful now. That was annoying. Done. Oh my god, and now I accidentally moved my monitor. Fuck everything. I hate when things move slightly. Oh, it's gonna take me a year to get that proper. I hate change. Oh my god, so much. Ah. Change is bad.
Even the grandest desires can be dispelled.
Well, yeah, but you could have a 4 mod. Yeah. Ooh. Do 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 do. Change is bad. You're feeling that dad energy? No, it's just been me my entire life. I like things a certain way, and they should always stay that way and never change. I mean, okay, I still change a bit, but like, you know, within reason, reasonable change. But most change is bad. Like, familiarity is very appealing to me. Familiarity is very preferable. But like, I'll rewatch the same movie more often than like watch a new one. Because if you watch a new movie, then you risk it being bad. But if you watch a movie you already like, then you just know you're gonna have a good time. Same, we might have a little bit of tism. I mean, if you play Path of Exile, like if you start playing a game, you open up and you see this, and you're like, oh yeah, this looks like the game for me, then yeah, of course you're a little bit autistic. This is not normally. Right. Yeah, I really should get that t-shirt. I'm not diagnosed, but I'm pretty sure. Like, I started watching The Good Place yesterday, and I'm on season 3, like halfway through. I just watched the Jeremy Bear Me episode. If you haven't seen The Good Place and you ever want a show recommendation, it is so fucking good. I almost stopped during season 2, but it is now my favorite show of all time. It's between that and Stargate. This is my second time watching it. It's kinda mid. Your entire existence is kinda mid. I can't believe you called it mid. It's so good. Both my wives recommended it to me. Ah, I have a stray beard here. It's really annoying. I might have to go cut it. It's gonna drive me insane. Well, I only have one wife now, I guess. Steel Mage left me. He left me for a Polish woman. What did he take in the divorce? Nothing. I got everything. I'm so sorry, sis. Yeah, it's been rough. Rent? Well, no, that ends up being a good thing because I charge Steel Mage the lowest legal amount that I can charge him in the UK. Like when you have a mortgage, there's a minimum amount you can charge somebody. Like you can't charge lower than the mortgage. So currently I'm charging him that, but when somebody else moves in, I can like up it. I charge him $850 a month. I got it. Level that up. What is the belt on that character? I do want to improve it. I don't know, Distinct. I haven't tried. Pick him up. Yeah, most places in the area are like 13 or 1200 a month. I'll probably just do 900 or 1000. We'll see. You can't just let a friend move in without charging them. That kind of seems like bullshit. There's even laws that you can't have family move in while you still have a mortgage on it. Once you fully own it, you can do whatever you want. Obviously, you don't fully own it when you have a mortgage on it. Like, quite a lot of rules depending on your mortgage. It makes sense. It's UK law. Also depends on the mortgage you sign. It depends who you sign with, I assume. Again, like, if you fully own it, like, I don't know, some people think you fully own something when you have a mortgage, but obviously you don't. If you fully own it, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But I have a mortgage, so I don't fully own it. Alright, cool. Alright, I need to fix this beard here. I'm gonna go insane. Be right back. Alright, there, now we're leveling up the gems at least. Yeah, I guess I would just level with... What level can you start doing the Forbidden Rite stuff? I'm guessing pretty early at like 70, 72. Or maybe I need like the Twilight Regalia, which is what, 84? Feeling better? Better than yesterday, but still pretty bad. Hey Dandy. See ya.
It hears words it does not understand.
I did Death's Oath till 84. 74, you need the amulet first? Yes, but the thing that I'm thinking, right? Oh, fuck balls, I don't have Insta. The thing that I'm thinking is that if I do it at 74, then I have to have okay CI gear for 74. Whereas ideally, I just want to be something that I can play till 84 and then switch to my full endgame gear. Just hit your first mirror? Regrets, dude. I'm thinking like ED. I'm thinking ED. Reflect needs to be deleted from the game. I mean, there's very, very little Reflect. Obviously, there's some on the Mercenaries, which sucks, but yeah.
I really do hate the idea.
Rot in there.
The Syndicate.
You should have no trouble in that dark.
Dude, after setting up this strategy for Betrayal, I'm so fucking nervous with misclicking because it took so long to set up. We could get to level 84 quickly with the Merc. Technically, I have double Merc now for leveling, so like it can actually carry me all the way, not just through the campaign. I misclicked to remove record. It's surprisingly easy to get back. Yeah, I refuse to misclick. Yeah. You can get 100%. I send 10,000 blue Centium. Oh yeah, I should start doing my, oh. I see. Is there a written guide on this build? No. There might be some in Max Troll. There definitely is some in Max Troll. Dude, having Betrayal in the map is so fucking dangerous. I almost died twice yesterday, and now I've started, I don't roll in KoE and haste anymore. Because it's so dangerous with Betrayal, with the, you know, like the stupid plants. It's so crazy when you have those two mods. I mean, yeah, if I got a mirror, I would just sit there and admire it myself, for sure. Obviously you could swap. Honestly, any belt. Yeah, let me go run some tier 17s with my mappers.
Thanks. Or not.
Unpopular opinion, Skyrim is a good game. How's that an unpopular opinion?
Just got some in from Calgar. They're on their way. They're on their way.
I'll take. I like breathing. Let's see.
I'm here.
See, I can run. Wait, Sanctuary is the one I never run, right? Sanctuary is the one with the expedition boss, right? Apparently it's bad to chisel these. Oh, okay, I can actually run these. Oh, Lilsa, that's funny. Oh, Citadel. And Ziggurat's Katarina. This one's super runnable. Just check that I don't have anything that's already super runnable. Almost. Um... let's see. I really need a Shaper Exalted Orb, or, well, any, like, Exalted Orb, I guess. I don't think I have, yeah, because I would want it on a 86 Titanium, so... Let's keep farming a little bit more Betrayal now, though. Like, now that it's set up, I really want to farm it a bit, you know? Yeah, normal. Any thought that the shipment level is related to the character item level when opening them? Yeah, I mean, that's not a theory, that's just fact. That is just fact. It is, yes. Any lightning skill this season for Muscular. Doriani.
Lupac just resubscribed for 8 months.
Lupac! Holy. Holy. The Lupac. Yeah, Lupac, we should have dinner or something when I'm not, like, infectious. How you doing, dude? Good to see ya. Give it a resub. Cam pros? No, I'm just sitting completely still. It's like a little fun thing that I've started doing, just to freak people out. I'm very, very stealthy. I saw the MP video about abusing the I didn't watch all of it, but I got the gist of it with the abusing the memory pedals on items. That was kinda cool.
You've got a decision to make.
That is a really good one. It is very cool. It's insane, yeah. Excellent ventriloquism. You know, I could hardly do it. Like, I could hardly, like, talk without anything in my mouth. I don't know how you say I don't know. I guess you just avoid words with that letter. But it like kind of works, right? Like I can like kind of talk without knowing, but it's really hard. It's hard, it's easy. Very difficult.
I really.
Sometimes you're more savage than any. I appreciate.
What the hell? That's not too. Oh, that's way too much. That's not. I think. I try really hard. I can like earlier. No, move is. Well, how do you say M? M is so hard. It's really difficult. I don't know, dude. It's hard. L? M equals N? So you just use N instead? What is he even on about? N is here, bro. I think the fever's getting to him. Dude, imagine if I just started seeking like this. It's so hard though. Although like I can like kinda do it without any practice. I guess you just yeah. I guess you just get used to it. And then nature, right? Nature. I guess major and nature does sound very, very similar. And you get better at it. Yeah, I see it. It's like you have that one thing where half your face faces up. Palsy. Cerebral palsy. Bell's palsy? I don't know. There's several palsies. It's always lupus. 260 kills. Do you know, I'm actually gonna do it, but I could die here. Alright, maybe not both. Detected. Isn't that just a stroke? My grandfather had a stroke. Back in the day. Back in the olden days. I do heist then again. Oh, back in the day? Well, I was 12, so 24 years ago. Before you were born.
It's not if you cut. Time to see how the borders live.
Hey Kirby, how you doing? What's the season going? That's hardcore trade. You're hardcore trade, right?
It seems clear to me that
Making a new.
That was a good year.
Death is a natural part. Keep your word.
Again? Hey, you're high level already. Playing ABS on Armorman? Yeah. Hard to get damage on Armorman. Normally don't. No. I did not mean to click the ritual. Fuck me. It's fine. There's nothing deferred. Alright, let's get it entering. Or amulet. I think I remember picking up an amulet pretty early on with like 100 in. That'll sort my early issue on. I want to find it. Ah, here. I remembered. Look at me go. That I'm at a state. I mean, fine. Don't really have a use for it. Yeah, I might make the RFK again. We'll see. Do 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 do. Chisels, we need chisels.
Just do it.
My god, this syndicate strat is just too fucking good.
Larger impact.
I'm no.
What a way. Even an.
It's actually too busted. You wanna know a safe way? Like now I'm basically able to safely change gear. Oh god damn it. Okay, it's a little annoying. It's a little annoying because I have so many other gems forced not to level up. How else can I not level up? Those things. Yeah. Played any Dune Magnus's launch or it didn't land for you? Well, I mean, it's PoE season as soon as the game came out, so I've been focusing on PoE. I do actually want to play the game. I have pitched making an event to Funcom for them. They, like, sponsored me and a bunch of people to make like a community server. But I do want to do one regardless, but if I can get paid for it, that'd be sweet. I have quite a lot of large sponsorships coming up anyway now. Are you guys approved? I've seen you juggle 2 games before, but that requires more hours. Well, I'm playing PoE 18 hours a day right now. And whenever I'm done streaming, I play more off stream and do like boring stuff off stream. But yeah, I mean, I have a large Albion sponsorship coming up, 16 hours. which will probably be more than 16 hours because I want to win the competition and not just do the sponsored part. Is there anyone in my community that plays Albion? I really want some actual Albion players.
You have to promise.
Yeah, Timur. I'm playing a lot off stream.
I really do hate the.
It does not want beasts belong behind bars.
And then I have a longer Core Punk sponsorship as well. For 90 days. Energy never changed? I mean, my energy has definitely changed, but I appreciate it. I keep that as a like good like early CA trickster chest. Oh, nice RT. I mean, I still race, but I don't have infinite energy anymore. Actually, it was zero. Oh, nice. That's... Why Blood Rage and not Berserk? Just more attack speed. Building the frenzies at the start of the map instead of waiting 45 seconds. Why would I use Berserk? Isn't Berserk like giga garbage now? Didn't they make Berserk unusable? Oh shit! Grethkul's pal. Oh, that's huge. I could actually keep an enemy guardian alive. It's increased rage effect now. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really see a lot of people use... I don't see a lot of people use Berserk on this build. Yeah, that rings crazy. Oh yeah, let me show you my thingy now. So it sort of works now. Normally, I wouldn't use a MF merc for this. I have like, I use the other merc. But this is probably fine. Let me show you my Bama. But yeah, normally the merc is a large part of my damage too, but I'm too lazy to like switch the gear for one map. So this is just the Bama. You might notice that I have no Quicksilver. A little annoying. I have Replica Stampede. I actually had an Expedition's End I could have taken, but it was Replica Stampede or Expedition's End, and I was like, well, I want to use Replica Stampede. But then the next fucking heist, like the same fucking room, I found another Replica Stampede, so I have two now, and no Expedition's End. No, I don't. Strike Dog. So few people play hardcore. There's not a mega rare? Oh, okay.
Had a larger impact than I anticipated. If you think I'm...
Death holds no.
even an...
Death waits with open.
And like, the nice thing about this is that it's super fucking safe for this.
I will accept your decision. So it's death you want.
Oh wow, she just fucking one-shot them. Oh. But yeah. Wow, she probably would have killed me. But yeah, that's like, it's really nice. Like, I can, compared to a lot of other builds with relative safely, I just chuck my fucking things over at her. Super say, I'm alive! That's all that matters. I feel like I've seen someone like insta die to her, but yeah, relative safely, because I get to just like throw my clones at her. I don't know what you do for the last prefix. You don't have a way to get high to it. I see the prefixes can have to change and then reforge. Like that element and hope to hit high. Never click the mark that has a meteor skill. I tried to do what you did now and it off-screened me. That's scary. So right now, the most damage I can get on this build,
I really do hate.
Good riddance. Go on. The price of
is 9 million.
don't.
That's the absolute most I've been able to, and that's like with my current gear. I can't seem to get much more than that. I could get, the biggest thing I could get would be a 12 minion cluster with 35% effect and then resist. So that it's so hard to be resist on this, but so that I can replace my amethyst ring with like an actual bone ring like this. Which, by the way, these were so cool to make because you use both recombinator systems, the new and the old. Will we get a Bama guide? Nah. Ostrix has one already. I would recommend that. But I can show the build so far. So obviously without adding the stuff from the mercenary yet and animate guardian. And the mercenary is probably 1 or 2 million damage. So I believe it's 9 on bombarding, 3 on blink of prismatic. And then they've all been created recently. They do get frenzy, but I'm not going to calculate that, but it is up. I don't think I have a way to intimidate them. I think that's it. The problem with this, like the big problem, is that this is with everything up. Actually, I can throw an Assassin's Mark too. But that's with everything up. I only get 9.8 million damage, but that's quite a lot of stuff to do up. I use both. Depends on the item, but I use both. Using both is cracked. But yeah, so 9.8 million right now. And pretty low defenses. But it works. Oh, triple drill. When do you use the new one? Okay, let me log back on the character and show you actually, because I just used it. It's so cool. So this ring was made using both. So the way I did that is that first I would alteration spam bone rings until I hit life. So I wanted at least tier 2 life, tier 2 damage, and tier 2 attack and cast speed. Those are all the 3 months that I wanted. So I kept spamming ults on rings. And when you're combining tier 2 life and or higher, or tier 2 damage and higher, it's a 50% chance to recombinate with the ones where you pick the mods. So I did that until I had one with like life and damage and one with damage and attack speed, or attack speed and life, right? So it's, you have lots of outcomes, so it's pretty easy. And then once you have 2 rings with 2, then you do the new, or sorry, the old recombinate method for that, and then it's 33% chance. So it was actually really, really good comboing. I mean, you kind of have to feel them out is the problem. The one I have is really good AI, so it mostly uses its kinetic bolt. It's nuts how fast safe houses fill up when you do this. It's so addicting. This is the closest to Mephisto farming in current Path of Exile. It's so exciting, dude. It's so close to Mephisto farming. It seems like a hassle. Well, I have a video coming out about how to do it. And you only set it up once for the league, and then you can do this the entire league whenever you want to. It's very, very fun.
Death holds a true servant of God.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yoink. I'm surprised that I know I like stopped showing currency cards, but I'm surprised it filters out an entire stack. Do I want to change that? I really don't want to see currency cards, is the thing. No, I guess I do want to see currency cards. Fuck it. I just want to remove some of them. Almost left behind 3 annulments? No, there wasn't a chance of that because I knew that I got a stack of full div cards, so I was obviously going to press alt. Was no risk of that. I also do have a lot of angle. How do you open a portal without opening your inventory? It's in the keybinds. I put it on the... for me, I put it on the hotkey, like left of Z to the right of shift. Like this button. Unless you have a big shift, then you don't have a button there. Same key, I have it on the bracket button next to Z. Yeah, it's so nice. This is about to confuse people. English keyboards don't have a button there. Yeah, I know. You guys have a big shift instead. My shift is small. Don't need a big shift. A very, very good utility button. Mine is on T. I don't have anything on T. T is a good button for it. I used to think that was a troll when he said that, and then I looked it up. I mean, Kiki has a really, really good video about it. It's really funny.
I've long wanted you to see how futile. Wait! This work? This is grunt work. Look at me. Do I look like a grunt to you? Don't answer that. I didn't want to be doing this any more than you wanted me to.
The 18 will actually fill it, so I shouldn't, I guess. There's this 7. 7 is my detonate mine and delve.
Death holds no...
Gruth? I really do.
Did you see?
Mine is on click scroll wheel. Do you know, I'm not a big fan of using my mouse button that much. I used to. I think... But I do a lot. I do a lot to mitigate hand pain. I think it's like the riskiest thing as a gamer. It's also why I have like insanely high sensitivity.
Wow, I'm gonna die. Just keeps trying to leave my shoulders. I got treasure for you. I'm a...
Like my sense is insanely high. Like I never move my mouse more than that. My mouse hand more than that. I basically just move like this. Like from going from one side to the other side of the screen, it's just this. Like this is like 1 centimeter. Isn't low sensitivity better? You want to move your arm, not your wrist? What, you mean like those people that like use the mouse like this? Yeah, I'm sure this is fucking great for like 20,000 hours. I mean, I don't care what I'm supposed to have. I have like over 100,000 hours playing video games and I don't have wrist pain. I'm absolutely going to keep doing what I'm doing. Absolutely. Every time I hear somebody with wrist pain, they use low sensitivity. Yeah. 100%. All my friends with low sense have wrist pain. And people are always like, hey Ziz, how come you never have any wrist pain? Because I have fucking insanely high sensitivity. My hand barely fucking moves. Like this, by the way, me doing this is like 0.5 millimeter, if that. Like, it's like 0.01 millimeter. Man, this would just make my shoulder hurt. Well, I play CS, so I always take my mouse for a walk. Yeah. What DPI? I don't know. A lot of people are surprised. I have no idea what my DPI is. I don't even know how to find out. I don't have mouse software. Like, my... these are my mouse settings. It's always in the middle here with pointer position off. I do play FPS games. I play Tarkov. And in Tarkov, I pretty much only do like single click guns like ADAR, RFB, stuff like that. Yeah, I play Counter-Strike a lot. And I like once I played that invisible cursor game on stream for like fucking 10-15 minutes. Also, high sense gamer, I can do the whole ARP thing. Yeah. Invisible cursor game. Yeah, like this. I'm gonna mute it because it's loud. It's like, I did this on... Okay, now it's on a different monitor. But I did this for like 20 minutes on screen once. Even though I have like really, really high sense. You know why transportation's so rare? It's not, it's 50-50. But you can like block it. Oh wait, didn't I have... I'll do that on this. Back in my day, high sense was normal. I don't know, I feel like even back in my day, low sense was normal. Like, when I played Counter-Strike and stuff, I would have like... I remember having like 1.5 sense and stuff. It was hard for me though, because I used to play with like 8. But I remember trying to forcibly get lower sense and stuff and like really, really caring about that. I would say for FPSs, it's a lot more common to have low sense than it is to have high sense. There's always going to be exceptions, but oh, nice, very well said. Shooters is why I drop my sense. It's like, it's very, very difficult for people to have precise aim with high sense. Like, I would say like my FPS aim is pretty decent, especially considering how high my fucking sense is. Normally, most shooter people will have very, very low sense. Good thing there's no aiming in PoE. Well, there is when you're looting fast and stuff. People always ask me like how I'm looting so fast. Fair. Nihil! Or divine pleasure. I'm getting really unlucky. Grabbing some harvest beasts. Yeah, I don't know, for Counter-Strike at least I feel like the meta was always like very low sense very early. It depends on the game though. But like Embu and Silva, who I played DayZ with, are always like horrified by my sensitivity. They can like look around once with one like full mouse pad, and I can look around 16 times with one full mouse pad. Okay, I need to go clean my nose. I'm dying. I'll be right back. I hate being sick, dude. Hate it. Night. That's really funny, not a trap. That's like the funniest thing I've seen. That was really funny. There's a lot of looting, folks. People come up to me and they say, "Sir, how are you looting so fast?" Nobody loots like I do. Believe me, tremendous, really incredible speed. Everybody's talking about it. That's really good. Oh shit. Tremendous looting. That was really good. I did the hand thing. Do you have any advice for defenses to prioritize? Yeah, you want to be fully elemental in chaos versus cap. That's like the bare minimum. You got a link for that? Wait, link for what? But yeah, suppression's really good. Wherever the looting clip is from. It's just a guy wrote it in chat.
I am Index just resubscribed for 109 months. 109 months? I thought it was 110.
There's gotta be a YouTube short of this doing it? Yeah, maybe. This is more background noise, didn't it? This is gonna get a travel ban for Belfast residents if it makes a YouTube. I saw the Norwegian getting denied entry to America for the meme picture. Funny. Good times. Let's see, let's roll. Wasn't it later said to be due to his admitted drug use? What do you mean? He said he had done marijuana like twice in his life, which is legal in half the American states. Why would like saying you've done marijuana twice in your life get you declined entry to the United States? Isn't it over half the states now where it's legal? But it's not federally illegal? Wait, so? Wait. Is that true? So if you do weed in a state that it's not legal in, you're never allowed to travel to the rest of the United States? Is that true?
Funky Tree Synept just gifted 2 subs.
Like you're just banned from the rest of the states? No? Then I don't understand. Then then why is that a thing? Why would you bring that up as a point if that's not the case then? You can't travel with weed? He didn't. He said he had tried weed twice in his life. Like 2 years prior. He didn't have weed on him or had done weed recently. He admitted to doing weed like 2 years ago. But the way people in chat were talking about it, it sounded like if you've done weed, you're never allowed to go into the states where it's illegal. Why even say that to any law enforcement ever? Well, personally, when I went to the United States the last time, the security guard was having a really fun, banterous conversation with the family in front of me. And then when it was my turn, he says, anything to declare? And I was like, well, if I did, I shouldn't tell you, should I? Finger guns. Did not go well. That was a longer conversation than it was needed. And that was like 3 years ago. Which, by the way, in every other country, hilarious. Always gets a chuckle. New Zealand got a chuckle. America, very serious. To be fair, it is very like rolls die depending on who you get. Because like in Vegas, the security was like very fun. A little area. Which is the difference between joking enough to be entertaining and not too much to be irritating? Yeah. What's the biggest bet you ever had in Vegas? Did I gamble in Vegas? So I took out $200. Whenever I go to a casino, I set an amount. It's usually 200 or less, and I buy entertainment. I like assume that I'm going to lose, and I'll play like hopefully poker, but sometimes blackjack. and I'll play until I'm done. But yeah, I don't really whenever I do love gambling personally, but I only do it for small amounts, and I never gamble money to win. I don't think you should ever gamble to win money. I think you're completely fucked then very often. That's why so many people have their lives ruined by gambling.
I really do hate the idea of dying, but
You kill so good at.
You think? No, I love gambling. I used to pay my rent with gambling.
rules, I'm afraid.
Although that was more like working, to be fair.
I really do hate the idea of dying.
Yes.
Played like a lot of poker tables at the same time, like 8. But I had one of my closest friends almost ruined his life to gambling like 10-15 years ago, kind of thing. So I've been a lot more careful with gambling after that. He ended up being like £50,000 in debt. In before gambling sponsorship, I get offers a lot. I always decline them. Wait, I could have. Is he a kick me right now? Why Guff moved left side? What do you mean? That's where I'm keeping him. Transport. I remember. So obviously, I always decline gambling sponsorships, and I remember a fun story with I was at like a TwitchCon party once, and there was a casino. It was like a casino company that was helping arrange the party. So they had like roulette tables there and stuff, and it wasn't gambling for money, it was like gambling for like fictitious chips they were given. And I just sat down and played a bit while talking to people for fun. And there was a secret reward that I ended up getting where you got like a chip, like a special chip from the event if you won enough, which I did. But you weren't gambling for like actual money. But at the event, and in most like TwitchCon parties and stuff, it's like very much like a cloud chase fest, where a lot of people will only talk to you if you're someone special. So, and this was like after I'd blown up a lot, so like a lot of people were talking to me and stuff, but there was this like older guy there who a lot of people were sort of ignoring when he tried to talk to them. He was like 65, 70. And he ended up talking to me loads, and I obviously, I love talking to everyone. I don't fucking care if they're a big streamer or some random dude. And I ended up talking to him for like a bit over an hour, and then he said, yo Ziz, by the way, I wasn't entirely honest with you. I actually already know who you are. I'm a big fan of your content. I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I know you'll never take a gambling sponsorship, but if you ever change your mind, I'm the CEO of not PokerStars, but it was like one of the biggest like casino chains, so he's like a multi-billionaire, and he like gave me his card. And it was so funny because so many of the streamer, maybe it was MGM, it was so funny because so many of the streamers there would have been so excited to get that guy's contact info and talk to him. Yeah, exactly. All the people were ignoring him and missed out on like a big bag. But he was super nice. But that is very common. I wonder if I have a Jack the X. Maybe they ignored him because they knew it was bait for a gambling sponsor. No, because the people ignoring him 100% would have taken the gambling sponsor. a large amount of streamers do want gambling sponsors. It does pay well. The hardest gambling related sponsor that I've turned down was the team at PokerStars, they watch my stream a lot. They messaged me, they wanted to fly me out to Barcelona, and they would enroll me in a $30,000 poker tournament. And I get to keep all the winnings, and all I had to do was like tweet about it twice, and it would just be fully offline. That was the hardest one that I had to decline. Oh, I do not have Jack the X. Poker is not bad gambling though. It is. It very much is. I know where you're coming from, and you can argue that poker is skill-based, but it is not skill-based for everybody. Yeah, on my YouTube APK. Need luck as well as skill? Yeah. They wouldn't pay what they pay if they didn't think on average it paid off for them. Well, especially poker is so good to advertise because it seems less malicious and it gets people into blackjack and slots. Like slots is straight up. Slots is literally... The thing is, right? If I told you right now, do you wanna flip a coin with me? If you win, you get $100. If you lose, I get $100. Most people say no, but people play slots, which is way worse odds than a coin flip, right? Like, that's crazy. Way worse odds. Oh, wow, works. But yeah, I don't know. Coin slot snipers actually make some? Yes. I am aware of snipers. And you can't even properly count anymore at blackjack. Yeah, I used to play Summer Blink. Comparing poker to any other gambling isn't reasonable. You don't play against you don't play versus the house in poker, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter because the bottom line is that most people still end up losing money. Just because it can be skill-based doesn't mean that it is for most people. Like, Ben can kill Ubers in a day, but you can't. Someone has to lose. And most people do. Do you feel that big streamers that promote gambling are assholes? I don't want to promote gambling. I don't judge other people what they do for their money. I mean, I do judge a little bit, but, you know, it is what it is. I don't want to do it. I don't really like the get that bag mentality. I try to be, like, extremely careful with what I promote. Well, definitely. No, I didn't know that, Crimson. Like, I try to be very careful. Nearly every sponsorship I take, I run through chat before I take it. So that if a lot of people are like, nah, fuck that, don't do that, then I say no. Oh, probably not. I mean, you could slam it. You're probably better off like turtle crafting on a new one. Or sorry, leapfrog crafting on a new one. As in like make a new one rather than trying to upgrade that one. In-game yeah, I prefer in-game crafting too. I also prefer in-game crafting. God, I hate fucking ritual, so scary. Have you seen the Lotto Simulator website that simulates you buying 100 lottos per millisecond or something until you win? I have not. Also, like, it's kind of frustrating because it's so ingrained into our society that it's already, even in like games for 5 or 6-year-olds, they're already being like conditioned to gamble,
Just do it.
I
which is terrible in my opinion.
even an ignorant.
Like, you really have to be so on the ball as a parent and like fully understand what your kids are interacting with. Valve has a psychologist staff to make their games more sticky. Well, like the worst example, right, is Raid Shadow Legends. The game is not even developed by a game developer. It's directly developed and maintained by a casino. So they use like casino psychologists and stuff to make everything as addictive as possible. Like the main goal is how can we extract as much money from our player base as possible. I remember when somebody that knew internal stuff about it was talking to me, they said something like they have like an acquisition cost per customer. I can't remember, it was staggeringly high. So it's like, with all the advertising included, how much does each customer cost them to acquire? And it was like $150 or $180. Not anymore, a mobile gaming company bought out the game, right?
I really.
That one. I choose ancestors.
It does not want beasts long behind arms.
That's crazy that they can pay that much per user and they're still making money.
Never provoke a enemy in its den. A species survives.
Gen Alpha or whatever, the baby streamers are called, are taking out SMS loans. Wait, what's an SMS loan? And shit with insane interest rates in their teens to get completely fleeced with crypto, meme coin, rug pulls, and Reddit trading. Dumb fucks. Yeah, so I've sort of stopped watching it now, but I was watching Caleb Hammer for a while. I don't understand how, like, how is it even legal to take out loans with 30% interest? Like, that is absolutely nuts. I don't understand how it's legal. Try 600%? Wait, what? There's so much fucked up stuff when it comes to loans. It's so predatory. It's insane. What I'll say is case opening streams for CS. Nadeshot spent 40,000 before he got one and hammered the first 30k. How many people got CS and went, oh yeah, just a few to test it? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, this is why I'm so careful about what I promote. Credit cards are often 20 to 25% interest. I've never in my life used a credit card. The only things that I've ever bought on like a loan was my education, which obviously is 0% interest. And then my house, which was 3% interest. And then I was about to say car, but no, I just bought my car outright. Thanks to you guys, so very plug. Yeah, Vast.
You should never wait.
Oh, it's an American. Yeah.
I really do hate the idea.
Good riddance. I can appreciate. Death's too kind.
Have you paid your mortgage now? No, I have like my current mortgage deal. It's slightly over half paid. And I have like I think it's called fixed rate. I'm like pretty bad with all this stuff. That's why I have a friend of mine helping me with it, who's a financial advisor. But from what I understand, how it works is that I have a fixed rate, but at the end of every year, I can put in a lump sum to pay it off. Is how I understand it. So I will probably pay off a large chunk of it. That's my plan. If you would see American loans, you would die? Yeah. I don't know. I've never used a credit card. To be fair, to be clear, Ababa, I probably should be using a credit card and just instantly paying it off. Because there are like some like point benefits and shit like that that I'm probably missing out on. I just like, yeah. I'm very, I've always been very anal about not using money I don't have. The scariest story was, there was this guy I went to uni with, and we would go party a lot. And there was 1 month where I had already used, I think I'd bought a PC upgrade or something. And I was a student and I didn't work, I just used my loan to live on, from the Norwegian government while studying. So, like, all my friends were going out and I was like, oh, I don't have any money, I don't want to go out. And they were like, my friend, who by the way did this himself, was like, just take an overdraft. And I was like, sorry, did you just suggest to me that I take a loan to go drinking? Are you saying that I should use money that I do not have just to go drinking? Like an actual overdraft. That was so crazy to me. Like, he actually took like a decently high interest loan to go drinking, and I was like, that is fucking nuts. That is nuts. Overdraft are the worst loans? Yeah. It's always worth drinking? No, drinking is super overrated. Extremely overrated. Have you heard of this depraved shit on Kick where they torture contestants and viewers can bet on what contestant lasts the longest? I think I saw a tweet about that, yeah. Isn't that like basically like Fear Factor? Sounds like a Mr. Beast video. I have a very unethical video that I want Mr. Beast to make. This would never legally work, but it would be fucking great. So this would be a fun like sci-fi TV show too. Do you know how like they asked like Britons, like people, they asked men in the UK, fucking women are not dumb enough to answer these things. They asked men in the UK and men in America what the most dangerous animal they could take in a fist fight, unarmed combat would be. Right? Like straight up melee combat with an animal. And like in America, 3% said they could take a grizzly bear. Not like a black bear or a brown bear, just straight up a grizzly. 3% also said they could take an elephant in melee combat. And in Britain it was 6%. No, sorry, it was the other way around. 6% in America, 3% in Britain. But so here's where the TV show comes in. Imagine like I'm asking Furigin on the street. I'm like, so sir, what animal could you beat in melee combat? And he's like, yeah, I think I could take a bear. Then you chloroform them and you ship them to a location and they have to fight a bear. And they win like $1 million. But like if they die, they die. That'd be so fucking great entertainment. Now, obviously, this would have to be a sci-fi show. Probably illegal, but it would be such a good show, dude. And then you see somebody else that was realistic. They're like, oh, I can maybe take a goose. Then they have to fight a goose. Then you see someone... Sounds like Squid Games, right? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Bye bye. Vagan's too Ridley.
Exile.
Fucking bear. I would take a mouse? Yeah, I don't really want to fight any animal, dude. Hard pass. It would be a good Black Mirror episode. Yeah, the league is the rippiest league since Metamorph. I talked about this yesterday. People think they can 1v1 a wolf. It also depends on the age range, right? It also depends on the age range. For the men in chat, I'm sure like a lot of us will admit to feeling absolutely fucking immortal between the ages of 20 and 23. And you'll think up scenarios in your head, like if somebody jumps you, and you'll be like, yeah, man, if somebody jumps me, I'll just turn into a fucking animal. I could take on 3 people. 100%. Like, probably a lot of people, especially while younger, have thought really dumb shit like that. I think that's quite common. I can take more than 3 men? Well, we're not talking about sexually, Finley, but we're talking about in, like, combat. Ah, same joke, Vanguard, dude. Good times.
I really do hate the idea of
Even you remind me why I left the temple.
There was a friend of mine, Adrian, and he was studying some martial art. I'm not sure. But they got robbed. I don't know. It was some like, I don't know, some martial art. I don't know if it was like karate or taekwondo or something, but like some like fighting martial art. And they got robbed at knife point outside the training area where they were like having the martial arts stuff. And it was Adrian and his like teacher. And some guy pulls a knife and is like, give me your wallet. And the teacher beat the shit out of the guy. And they just held him till the police came. He was like a multi martial art black belt, so he just like fucking leveled him apparently. This is like a bloody mess afterwards. It was funny. Apparently, speaking of shit like this happening, apparently this happened to Chuck Norris. That 2 guys tried to mug why is shield mode gone? Thanks. It's really, really annoying that whoever is doing this is confusing me for Destiny. What the fuck is that BS? So there's a guy that thinks every white guy with blue hair is the same. So a streamer called Destiny said on his stream that he says the N-word casually with other friends. And because of that, this guy thinks that since I have blue hair, that I am Destiny. So even though I've never said such a thing, he actually, by the way, this is not just in my stream, he actually raids every other PoE streamer with that same message. Are you ninja? I am ninja. Why don't you summon Exalt on your belt? Why would I waste an Exalt on my belt? There's no positive outcome that could happen, and I want a new belt. That mods was getting random hate raids using a similar slur, not mentioning you at all, just spamming it in ways that get past auto mods the other day. Yeah, it's the same guy doing it to all PoE streamers. Oh, that's funny, Terp. Yeah, digits. He was doing it in Lily's chat using my name. Pretty annoying. It is what it is. Maybe I should hire somebody to track him down. Anyone's interested, please contact me. Let's see. Census regards. Send him to fight a bear. I don't know. No, there's definitely a person doing it. I don't know. 10 out of 10 would hire somebody. Please reach out. I'll never understand what possesses people to do shit like that. Are they that desperate for attention? Well, it's usually a younger child, and they enjoy watching people get annoyed or frustrated.
I got treasure for you.
Is normally what happens. Like adults don't do stuff like that. It is always a child. For sure. You should get that guy that reverse hacks cameras in YouTube and hacks into their cameras and stuff. Well, I might reach out. There was one guy in my community. So there was a guy that wrote in chat. So I banned a guy for some racist message or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then he came back on another account and he said that I made a big mistake in banning him. That he lives in Belfast. And that he was heading over to my house now and he was going to kill me and my children. And I was like, nah, he doesn't live in Belfast. This is some guy that's butthurt that he got banned. But a community member messaged me 30 minutes or an hour afterwards and was like, hey, this is the guy's full name. He's Polish. This is his parents. This is his Facebook. This is all his info. This is his house. This is where he lives. I've sent him a message. He won't be bothering you again. I need to reach out to that guy again. That guy was based. That was based as fuck. That guy cooked? Yeah, that guy's fucking scary. Very scary. They're friends with him? Yeah, I don't know. I'll see if there's anything I can do to actually find out who this guy is in real life. Going on a bit long now. Try to hunt him down. I had a very good experience with a hacker when I first started streaming. Yeah, fuck yeah. Even though Wrecker's still on. Yeah, just buy a CC Sway. I have a onboarding video for PW2 players on my YouTube Arverse. There was when I first started streaming, I didn't take my security that seriously, so I had an okay password, but I had the same password on multiple things. And Twitter had a big security leak where the plaintext passwords leaked. And I used the same password on Twitter and PayPal. So I noticed my Twitter got hacked, and they posted loads of pictures of lizards, and they were like #lizard squad blah blah blah. And then a guy comes by my stream and he's like, hey, nice Twitter. And I'm like, yeah, I guess I should have taken my security more seriously. And then he goes, wouldn't it be a shame if your PayPal password was the same? And I was like, fuck. And he was like, aren't you pissed? And I was like, well, it looks like I'm about to fuck around and find out. I guess I made a mistake. And then he was like, just because you're having a really good reaction, we're not gonna do anything. And I did a Discord call with him. And he gave me loads of good security advice on how to avoid this in the future. He was like, please use a password manager. Stuff like that. And then, yeah, it was just because I had like a calm reaction to it. I didn't like insult him. Whereas I know there was another streamer that she insulted the hackers and they sent away like $30,000. No, if they haven't. No, it's very good now, Mythos. Thank you though, I appreciate it. I finally started using password managers. Sure, there are things I could improve, but pretty sturdy. Why do you have so much money on PayPal? Well, I didn't. I had like 1,300 or 3,000, something like that. Any password manager you would recommend? So I would let chat recommend because I am a pretty big target, so I don't even want to say which one I'm using. There's just no benefit to me sharing that. I'm sorry.
I withstood your inquisition, exile. I am stronger for it. If only you could see the bigger
But
picture, exile.
the more information I give about what I'm using is only a downside. I am a target. As an IT engineer, that's 5 head. Good job, sis. Thanks. I try. I try to take security very seriously now. Same with like... the worst thing you could do in life is to ever answer those like questions like, what is your mother's maiden name? With what is your mother's maiden name? Thankfully, I've never ever in my life done that. Like, where were you born? This is all public information. Why would I ever use that? Like, what? That's crazy. It's always been so crazy to me. I was like, these are the easiest things to find out about anyone.
Go on, do it. You're no stranger. Good riddance. Go on, do it. If you think I'll talk, your sword will stand.
You're more savage than any animal.
This one.
Crazy. Love it, Tini. Especially for us Norwegians? Yeah. Okay, I think probably that's why
Just do it.
I care even more about it, because I am Norwegian. But yeah, obviously it is a lot more of an issue for Norwegians. For those that don't know, in Norway, as soon as you have somebody's name, you could look up where they live, their phone number, how much they pay in taxes, what their income is, everything. Same in Finland, same in Sweden, yeah. What the fuck, why? A lot of it is to encourage not scamming the government and stuff. Say for example that you see your neighbor, right? Say he works at a call center, but your neighbor is also driving a Ferrari and has like a $30 million mansion. If you report your neighbor for tax evasion and they find that he is doing tax evasion, you get a bounty. I know America has bounty hunting too, but a bit different. Another great benefit with it is how you can see how your salary compares to your coworker. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very... I mean, generally your employer never but wants you to be open about your salary. But it's obviously always better for... It's always like... It's almost like employers in most countries have made it taboo to talk about how much you earn and stuff. I help a lot of streamers with that. Like making sure that they get what they should and stuff. You don't know any benefit? Yeah, but people are very hesitant to talk about it. I try to be really, really open about everything. I feel like it's way better. I feel like it's way better.
Just do it.
What's wrong?
I'm no traitor or trader.
I will not be too hard on.
Even an ignoramus like you will have to cut the words from my mouth.
Killed me. Now I'll kill you.
Down my garden.
Then I'll burn up like you cheated.
Burning Arrow Elementalist fun. It did get buffed this season, although I've never had an easy time making the Burning Arrow Vigor actually be worth doing.
I'm afraid. Death holds gruesome. I really do. You kill so.
Yeah, how much do I make a year? So that's gonna be interesting this year because I got such a big boost with December because I made like 230k in December. So like normally, well, like last year was like 300k before tax. And I might hit 500k this year. I do pay a lot of people though, also like Lyra and Medikey and stuff. Only 200? No, the 200 was in December, so I might crack 500 for the year.
I've long wanted you to see how futile your cause. Wait. Let me. This work? This is grand.
Yeah, PW2 release. Isn't YouTube super against you talking about your YouTube ad earnings? If you give exact numbers of CPM, yeah. Only if you give exact numbers of CPM, though. It's also, I don't know. I feel like they barely enforce that anymore anyway. That was USD. You're a millionaire? Yeah, my net worth just crossed £1 million. And I want roughly 3 million is my goal. I have 2 kids, kinda want 4. 3 million net worth is like what I would like to get to. My favorite millionaires is love you, thanks. You still collect money? Yeah, I mean I have 1 and I want 3. Yeah, I invest almost all the money I earn. I also could be making a lot more money if I took predatory sponsorships. I would already have 3 if I did. Like just Torchlight Infinite, I've declined over $120,000 worth of sponsors now. And that's not even that bad. I'm probably being a little bit extra anal more than I need to be about that one, but I don't know. I like being like very anal about it. That's 70% motion, so it depends where they're from. Weren't you scammed by a construction company? Yes. I did. It sucked. Do you accept any non-Yamble sponsorships within reason if they allowed you to say anything? Yeah, as long as I can say whatever I want, I accept most sponsorships. Unless it's something I really dislike. Like both for the 2 upcoming ones, or the 3 upcoming ones, I have EVE Online, Corepunk, and Albion, and all of those have no disparagement agreement in them. That is very important to me. Oh, nice cluster. So we should assume you got triplets on the way if you start doing gambling streams? Well, I've said that obviously I've had a lot of health issues lately. Thankfully, I don't have cancer. But if I got diagnosed with cancer, then I'm pretty honest about that. Like, my ethics go away if I'm dying. So if I had, like, let's say 2 years left to live, there would be no ethics left. I would just make as much money for my family as possible before I died. I would do a death-a-thon. For sure. Walter White, yeah, there would be no ethics left. People always say, like, everybody has a price, and apparently mine is death. Aren't you working on a Dismas car? Yeah, I reached out to Nissan, and sadly they said no. I did reach out, and try a few other companies. I don't understand how you can get these sponsors without non-disparagement agreements, as I would expect companies never want to pay people to roast their game. Well, first off, I'm always professional. Except for maybe with Magic Legends, but that was a literal dumpster fire. Right? Like, I'm very professional. I have a very good reputation with games. Like, I will usually be like, I don't like this, I don't like that, this is too pay to win, etc. It's not like I'm sitting here like, your game fucking sucks, blah, you know? So, like, companies are generally okay with it. And yeah, I do lose a decent amount of sponsorships due to having no non-disparagement agreement. Like, there was some sort of big FPS shooter that wanted to sponsor me, but they refused to remove the non-disparagement agreement. Or some superhero shooter, I can't remember what it was. I lost like 30 to 50k there.
If you think I'm going to say,
I remember what it was called.
I'm afraid.
Marvel Rivals? No, I did decline Marvel Rivals because I misunderstood what the game was. I thought Marvel Rivals was the mobile game. I'm very upset about that, actually. So I actually reached back out after my stream told me, like, no, you should have taken that sponsor, it's a really good game. I was like, hi! Me again! Any more budget? And no, it was too late, so I didn't get sponsored by Marvel Rivals. No, it was, I don't know, I remember there was a lot of purple and pink in it. It was really bad, though, the game. It died instantly on Twitch. It was not Concord. Fuck, what was another game that was like huge budget? Yes, Exodus for sure. The Finals? Maybe it was that. Finals, that sounds correct. I think maybe it was Finals. I remember one time I accepted a game sponsorship that it didn't have a non-disparagement agreement, but they asked me not to mention, especially their competitor, but ideally any other video game. So I could still say whatever I liked, disliked, etc. about the game, but they asked me not to mention any other game. In the first 2 minutes, I was starting to have a nervous breakdown because I accidentally started talking about Quake and World of Warcraft in the first 2 minutes, and I messaged Myro and I was like, I fucked up, I'm sweating. It says don't mention other games, and I mentioned 2 in the first minute. So I was like, so now I'm like, anything like that now I don't sign at all. And I was so stressed, dude. I was so stressed. I dislike games paying for hype where the entire populace jumping onto a bandwagon. I don't, because like you're effectively saying you don't like advertisement. And realistically, good and bad products advertise. It just, you'll notice more when a bad product advertises. Did they cancel the contract? No, they were chill about it, but it was funny. Thank you, Gentle Goose. Tupac! Shit, I missed your resub. Are you still here, Tupac? If not, I need to send him a DM and thank him. I was too busy with my stories. Tupac! You're still here? Okay. Tupac can't reply. I missed him. Oh, they got him again. Yeah. Wasn't there also a Shopify incident with you calling them by a different name the first few sponsorships? No, that is a story about another creator. Also not with Shopify. That's a McDonald's Burger King story about Jericho. Shopify paid me 100 subs because I didn't botch their name in the first announcement. I've actually never botched their name. In fact, they themselves made the exclamation mark Shopify command. Or is it Spotify? I don't know what the command is, but they're very good natured about it. But no, I have never fucked it up. I'm a professional. Oh, it is Spotify. Okay, dude. One fertile catalyst. Wait, what, Leo? I got my stickers from Shopify in the mall and they were packaged amazingly and no damage. Oh, nice. Awesome. Thank you for helping us test it. Thank you for helping us test it. I don't know. Hello. Good hour stuff, wow. Yeah, how are tier 16s doing? I'll let them keep going, I'll collect it all at once. I've started a Star Wars display collection and wow, it's so nice. Oh nice, that's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, certs. Yes, I'm doing the Forbidden Rite build. It's the next thing I'm doing. I'm leveling Forbidden Rites. Steel Mage told me it's a must play this season. And I really want... It sounds perfect for farming Abyss, which is what I want next anyway. It's so good. Yeah, I've heard. I really want to try it.
I'm no traitor. Oh, just do it. You kill so good, Exile. Quick and
Is there a build you wanted to try but turn? Well, I would like to do Dariani stuff. And yeah, several actually. There's a few Mage Blood related builds I want to do. Like I really want to do the penetration ring, the one with 200% penetration. But you almost need a Mage Blood for that not to be worthless, to be honest. It is almost Mage Blood only. Clearing bossing. For starter, wave conviction. Do you have a team that negotiate and review sponsorship contracts? Yeah, so I'm with Mythic. For a very long time, I was doing all my own deals and helping a lot of my friends with their own deals. But now I'm on Mythic, and it's a really, really good team. And more importantly, like they play the games I do, like the people that like are responsible for my contracts and stuff, like I play and hang out with them, so they're actually like very familiar with my brand. It's not just like, yeah, random people that aren't familiar with me that are just trying to get me deals. So that helps a lot. They're really good. I used to do all my own deals. I do sometimes do my own deals still too, and I really enjoy negotiating. I think it's one of the most fun things ever. And like my dad was like the sales and marketing director of a big Norwegian geographical company, so like he always gets like he always thinks it's super cool to like listen to me negotiate or something in meetings. So I do miss doing that part myself, but it was hard for me to like it's so much easier for a company like Mythic to reach out and be like, hey, sponsor me. It's easier to do that for a company like that than for personally. Yeah, and still super cool. I was always curious about how Mythic treat their talent. Are they good? Well, so I've never been with another agency. I was very, very reluctant to sign on to one. I have like no like exit clause saying just leave whenever the fuck I want. And I convinced pretty much like without any financial incentive, I recommended it so heavily that almost all my friends joined it. So, yes? Like, they've made me a lot of money. They're very good. They're very good. Oh my god, I can't believe how many betrayal safe houses I'm getting with this strat. It's so nuts. It's actually so nuts. It's so fun. I thought it was my thick talent. Last Epoch announced their season, right? When's their new season? What's the like ARPG countdown website?
I really do hate the idea of
August 21st? When is Gamescom? Same as PoE 2? Yeah, I was surprised they... Like, I was surprised now that PoE has been so public about when their dates. August 20th? Yeah, that's annoying. I actually still... I'm trying to figure out a way to go to Gamescom still. I was not gonna go, but then I was like, fuck, I still really want to go. I might just try to stream from Gamescom. Oh, my stomach hurts. ARPGtimeline.com. I guess it's not updated with last epoch. Yeah, I guess it's not updated. Last epoch is there? Oh, okay. Is that not like exactly when we're expecting Path of Exile 2's new season to drop? Aren't we expecting either like the 15th or the 22nd to be like literally when PoE 2 drops? Like they've already said that it was 2 months after the PoE 1 launch. See, like last time I feel like people were siding more with Last Epoch because it seemed like Path of Exile moved on top of them. But now Last Epoch is like putting themselves on top of Path of Exile. To me, it makes sense that as a company competing with PoE 2's popularity. I don't think they are though. Like, I'm not playing Last Epoch over PoE 2. I'll be playing PoE too.
I do not wish to.
A new trade system.
Just keeps trying to leave me shoulders. Just do it. You
Not even the.
You're nuts, PoE 2 is awful. I mean, it's one thing to dislike it, but saying it's objectively awful is crazy, right? Because just look at the concurrent numbers whenever they do a new update. Even their like very, very small update, Dawn of the Hunt, got a higher concurrent number than Path of Exile 1 has ever had, and Path of Exile 1's a lot better. So like, I understand not liking it. I vastly prefer PoE 1 too, but saying it's bad is crazy. Very, very popular. Because it's too mainstream and too noob friendly. Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, I prefer PoE 1.
Thanks to your.
It's just not made for PoE 1 players. It's made for onboarding. Ah, my stomach hurts. I like both games. Yeah, me too. I love Martini. Always help you if you want it. It's from the Anoint buck. PoE 2 will bring more PoE 1 players, which is good for the game, yeah. Anoint? Yeah. You anoint Disciple of the Unyielding. It's in the guide. Oh, good. You can just hover over the amulet and see. You need a opalescent, a red, and a purple. Violet? I don't know if it's purple or violet. Ooh! 249 Widow Hail. Cool. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? As soon as I saw boots, I was like, oh cool, I can get Relicash, but then there was just Relicash there. They were just there. Okay then. Wait, where's Steel? I wanted to brag. Okay, my stomach hurts so bad. I'm gonna be right back. Oof. I'll be right back, chat. It's the stream recline, hurts my stomach. I don't feel great. I really should Doriani those. Oh, this song is nice. What is this? Marcus Warner, the brig. Link it in chat. How much weight did you shed? 8 kilos? I don't know. All of it. Don't feel too great. You know, I'm so sad that we don't get Kid Arena XP anymore. Man, another thing? Really? Shield mode, please.
This is the Forbidden Vault.
Cringe. Did you notice it was different this time though, Mediki? It worked. Turn off shield for a base to the territory to become another base with one deserted one. On some of the bases, should I annul? Wait, Link be in game? What are you trying to do?
We can't let her escape.
Oh, you can turn off that it does that, Mediki. That's just a setting. Is Twitch's thickest 2 short flags? No, that's just a setting we have on Mediki. It's not Twitch's fault. You can just turn that off. My EM names is. None of those chatters even showed up in my chat feed. Isn't that nice? Did I see something since I'm in mud view? Yeah, you can see it in mud view. I was in mud view and it wasn't showing. Well, Maniki sees it. I see it. Do you see it, Bast? Yeah, okay. What's shield mode? Shield mode is a thing that I suggested to Twitch when I was on the safety council with, giving especially smaller creators a button to just enable a bunch of settings so you can configure. I have this base and I'm doing a recon with max stress and spell damage.
Robbie010.
Yeah, you want to know the bad spell damage for sure. Imprint it first. Bast doesn't have editor either. You should see it. Let's see if I can fix that for you, Mediki. Wait, whoops. Wait, what's the settings button? Where do I... God damn it. They removed the settings button. How do I find shield mode? You can turn it off. Sorry. You can just shield off. Settings. Oh, that's fun now that work. A wee bit of tracking. That shield off? No, I don't even shield mode. I can't find it. I hate the new UI update for Twitch. They removed it. Is it in the safety center? No, I don't know. How do you go after your chaos slot one? Deafening Essence of Woe, I think. Or no, I don't know. Can't remember. Chaos Pub? Really doing anything crazy? It's pretty bad. Yeah, gosh. Yeah, Jungron has one. Chungragain. Recombinator is probably the best way to do it, though. Clear pain? Yeah, I don't like being sick. I don't like having a fever and it's warm. Yeah, we just turned that off, Maniki. Jungle Ryan. Jungragain. Oh. Drop some valid items. Yeah, I really gotta get... I really should go do like Shaper and Elder. Either is fine, because I could Elder Slam a shield and then just influence swap it. Maybe I should do... I really hate doing Shaper. It's such a... For how easy it is, it's such a dangerous boss. Maybe I should just do Elder and then slam it. Hey Jay, hey Dad.
I got treasure for you.
J Rody is just
Thank you, dude.
for 65 months.
Does he die of old age? No, but like the beam is dangerous. Quite a few things are dangerous. Yeah, I started as a streamer. YouTube secondary.
Wait. This work? Time to see how the
Okay, we'll do one more Gravi safe house. If they had reservation, that'd be a big draw.
I really do hate.
I choose
I really do hate the idea.
that. I must confess.
Here.
Imprisonment is the slave.
No, I'm not making EA.
This victory shall be mine.
I was gonna level a new character today, but I mean, I still want to. I'm also just starting to feel fucking trash.
Death holds.
I might just do the prep today and level it tomorrow, we'll see.
Just do it.
Do not feel great.
It does not want to go to the inn.
I think YouTube is even more important now than it was then. Can you explain the lore behind Syndicate in 2 minutes? They used to be our crafting masters and they needed a new league, so they made them betray us. For content. I love Anarchy. Explained in 10 seconds. I'm very heisty. Bodes well for me that speed impresses you, Exile. Jesus. But I hate those stupid plants. Why do they keep adding things like that to the game?
Ultimarty traded my stream with 19 views.
Ulti! Hello, how you doing? Hello. Hello.
Sometimes violence, death isn't.
Go on.
Violence is part of the natural. You're more.
How goes the glorping? I'm melting? Yeah, it's warm here too. Let's see. Belfast weather. What's the weather forecast like? Okay, it's getting colder again. It's just warm today. Colder tomorrow, even colder day after. Excellent. Very good. How many max power charges do Mercs get natively? 2 or 3? 3. 3 is always the default. $31 to $35 till Wednesday. Ugh. Fuck that. My town in southern Norway is actually burning. Fire department is working like madmen trying to extinguish. 22 meters per second winds, multiple houses burning, and they're very tightly built together. Damn. That sounds shitty. I'm sorry, dude. I hope you don't burn to death.
Death holds no terror. Oh no! Just do it.
Sounds warm.
You kill so good, Exile. Quit. So confused. This exile.
Tell you what, if you burn to death, I'll name my next fire build after you. Sorry, dude. RF build? Yes! Please do. Yeah, that's shitty. I remember seeing a house on fire once, and like it's so scary. I think the word, like, not like the positive meaning of the word, but like literally in awe, like awesome. It's so scary seeing an actual fire. Like, I don't mean awesome in necessarily a positive way, but it's so scary. Do you know what I mean? The fire's terrifying. Kind of like seeing a tornado. Yeah, exactly. It's like shocking. Oh, hello. I can picture you smiling like the little girl in the meme. No. Bro, house fires are sick? No. Not what I meant. No. They're lit though. They're lit, fam.
Did you see that beast? Long.
Even an ignoramus like you will have to cut the words from my mouth.
Boo. Nice freeze? Oh no! I'm just smiling a lot. The camera shows your true emotions? Shit. I've been ousted. What's your slash stats? Zero. I'm on hardcore. The Crimson Township, you just gotta kind of nuke him. He doesn't really have much health, he just does a lot of damage. It is account wide. I haven't worn it on this though. But it is pretty cool. It's just like, it's kind of ugly. Cool concept though. You bring your own items to Ashling's Vale benches. Very few items that you bring your own to actually. I might dip soon. I feel like really blurred. Although, I think my white blood cells have actually started chunking, so I should be fine tomorrow. I might do one more Gravicious and then dip. Yeah, Bama's still alive. I have it at like 8 or 9 million damage with everything up. The problem with Bama is that it's only like that damage with, first off, everything up, so it's only like 5 or 6, which is more than this, but you know. It's only that against one target, you know what I mean? So if there's 2 target and they're in a bad position, it kind of splits the damage. So I don't love that.
You remind me why I left the Templars.
I don't love that. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying the build. It'll be a lot better with Doriani because, well, everything's better with Doriani this season. Yeah, I currently have a fever. It was worse yesterday though. Yesterday was like 40, today's like 39.
They don't call me Gobamoosh.
Death holds.
Whoa.
If you Google like Reg XP, you'll find it. No, I'm not being any random phrases and crushes.
Wait, let me think.
Go on.
I really do.
Good riddance. I can appreciate. If you think I'll talk,
If you think I'll talk. This is such a fun strategy. It's actually crazy good for us there. See you later, Vanguard, dude. I'm doing one more Gravicious, which I'm about to get, and then I'm going. I'll lie down a bit, I think. I will play more off stream too. I just get fucked. Paracetamol was wearing off as well. Drink water, fish shit in water. True. And pee in it. It's disgusting. Oh, my stomach hurts so much.
Wanted you to see how. Wait, let me. The Piranda's family is.
Oh my god. Fuck. I might just end it here. My stomach just hurts so bad. Fuck. I think I'm gonna dip. I'll be fine tomorrow though. Fuck. Alright. I will see you guys later. I'm not feeling great. I'll be fine tomorrow though. I'll play off stream as well. I'll record everything. I'm gonna read Pause. She's doing like her new VTuber model reveal. For anyone who remembers Pause, she used to be a Path of Exile streamer. Give her some support. I'll fully get the VTuber thing myself, but she's a good friend of mine. Give Pause some love. Give her some hype. Really cool girl. Who's at my wedding?
Hey YouTube, Sizzy here. Hey guys, Isrin here. Hey everyone, so I was literally just about to go to bed. Hi, Scissorin here, Scissorin here, with Scissorin here, Scissorin here, with Scissorin here. Hi, Scissorin here, and welcome to my channel.